then hello again, and well. That might help. There you go. I'm so glad. Let's try it. Anything? Just waiting. Just waiting. Come on, catch up. That might help. There you go. I can hear myself now. So glad. Hello, guys. Welcome to the stream. I'm so sorry. This is the first live stream I've ever done, so I had to set the entire thing up, and I thought it'd just be a simple case of clicking one button, and the same setup I use normally I can use to do the live stream. But apparently not. Apparently there's like 50 different settings and little clicky buttons, and the levels for some reason were on some other random setting to what they should be on. I don't even know if you can hear me okay, so I might just boost the mic a bit. I'm just hoping that's going to sound okay. Just let me know how it is. Hello, Douglas. Hello. You're right. You're my first. You're the first person that's seen me. I'm just very much hoping that you. Is the sound level okay? Am I very, very quiet? Because I have a feeling I am.
Mic a bit.
How is that? Is that any better?
Okay.
You probably hear me twice there. Sorry. I've been trying to sort these levels out and everything. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. It's all okay. Is there a lot of like air, if that makes sense, like a lot of fuzz behind it? Because I think there is, and I normally stick on a compressor and everything, so there we go. That should sound a lot better. Just let me know, please, how it sounds. How are you? You alright? Are you all set for Christmas? Do you can hear me fine? Ah, brilliant. Was that before or after I did the settings? Because I've just done the settings again. I'd like change them, so there was air behind that you could hear, like a not too fuzzy. Okay, so maybe I should just turn them off then. Is it better now that I've turned the compressor sounds on? I don't know. Honestly, normally I use this setup for radio, and there's a compressor that I use for the radio anyway. But I don't use it when I'm doing anything else, because I do some of the compression as well for after. So, yeah. And then normally I do the compression for video stuff afterwards as well. Yeah. How's life? What have you got? Have you got a little? Have you got a beverage? I've got a coffee. I was unsure as to whether or not I was going to get all this done in time for the live stream, or whether or not I was going to be panicked to do it. I was in the middle of watching a YouTube video. I was trying to set stuff up, not a tutorial video of how to do it. But yeah, I've got a few videos coming out soon, which I have been working my head off trying to get done, because obviously I was ill about a week or so ago, and yeah, that's kind of hit me. So I did a filming thing, and then straight after filming, and it wasn't anything to do with the big C or anything like that, because I actually, fun fact, and you guys don't know this, I actually have long COVID, and because of having long COVID, I have severely bad days. So I try and limit what I do on some days, and I try and work through an edit partly, and it just takes me forever to do an edit, like a massive film edit. So one of them is, oh, you got a black coffee, Douglas. You're the man. Love a good black coffee. I have a coffee with some milk in it, but lately I've been having coffee with Baileys in it as well. I love a good Baileys in a coffee. You're not a sound engineering intelligent, no clue. That's okay, no worries. I did think about having. I was gonna have the mic down there somewhere, just to get it out of my face, because I didn't want it in the way, but I don't want it to me be sounding like hello over there, like I'm from a distance. Yeah, this being very, very weird. It's like me being on the radio when I do radio stuff, but it's on video. So it's like me recording something, but it's live. It's very strange. I've done gaming before, like gaming streams and stuff before, but then I'm tiny in the corner whilst I game, so it's, it's something completely different. As it goes for, I love the little coffee image. As it goes, this is the thing. I don't know what you guys would like to see, and there's been quite a few people that have mentioned to me about watching Home Alone 2 and 3, and I feel terrible because I haven't seen it yet. As in, I have seen the films. I've seen number 2 anyway. I don't think I've seen number 3, unless if I did, I was probably about 10 at the time. I don't know. Or older. I think older than that. Yeah. So my schedule so far is I've seen the Andromeda Strain. Everybody wants me to see it, so I've watched that, and it's in edit. That's the one I'm the majority of the way through. But then it occurred to me, this already the 18th of December. My birthday's just gone, and so that was a couple of days out of me doing things and editing and stuff. So I then had to catch up with myself again, and I'm going to my dad's for Christmas, so I don't want to just be running on top of everything trying to get stuff done, and I'm already doing that. I've already got work I need to do, because I'm a freelance editor, and I do a lot of other stuff on the side. So I'm doing all that as well as trying to do these videos, and I love making the videos. Just they take forever to do and to put together the way I like to do them. So, how do you guys like? What would you plan on seeing? And Douglas, I think at the moment, I think you're the only one that's watching. So hello. But there might be some other people out there because it did say one watching before you arrived, and it still does. And usually it's me watching that's the one person. So I'm confused. Yeah. So I've got the Andromeda Strain that I'm watching. Well, I have watched. I've also got 2 episodes of Doctor Who, which so it's the Forest of Fear is the next one to go out. So the one of them's already gone out, which was the Cave of Skulls. Then Forest of Fear is the next one to go out. Not the next not the next video to go out, but the next Doctor Who one to go out. And that's watched but not edited. I've also got 2 Goosebumps episodes, which is the Welcome to Camp Nightmare. One of them is now edited and it is ready to go up. I was going to put it up today, but I thought if I'm doing a live stream, I might as well do the live stream tonight, and then tomorrow or the next day I'll put another one out. But I also need to cram in the Scrooged edit, which I have watched, and yeah. Oh, Douglas, you signed up on Patreon. Thank you so much. You're my first, as far as I know, I think you're one of my first patrons. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I've put a load of what would you guys like to see, Douglas? What would you like to see on the Patreon? What I'm planning on doing on there, I really appreciate it as well. Thank you. Honestly, like that's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, so the Patreon, I set that up so that you can watch the full reactions on there. Without all the cutting and the editing and stuff. And when I get a chance to be ahead of myself a bit more than being running ragged, then I'm planning on putting up the ones I put on YouTube up on the Patreon as well as the early accesses. I just haven't put up the full early accesses. I put the full length ones up on there, but not the early accesses of the YouTube versions on there because I'm just running ahead of myself. Since having the Goosebumps one done, I can put that up on Patreon early because it's not going out yet. But yeah, then I've also got the Scrooge edit I'm in the middle of doing, and I'm also in the middle of doing. I'm in the middle of doing the Andromeda Strain edit with the Andromeda Strain almost done. I say it's almost done. There's still about an hour and a bit left of me to edit of the movie and me reacting to it. So that's still going to take a little while. But I realised that people have asked me to watch both Home Alones, and I've got the Scrooge edit to go out, and that's between now and Christmas Day. And I do, and Douglas, if you are... Oh, there's a couple of other people here now, so hello, guys. I was going to say, if you're the only one watching, then you're the one to know this. But I do actually have something planned to go out on Christmas Day. It's a little skit that I did just because I had some time, and I'd watched Home Alone, and it was in my head. You know the thing, Angels with... is it Angels with Dirty Souls? Or Angels with Filthy Souls? Whichever the in-movie movie is. I've done a little parody of that that's going to go out on Christmas Day. I haven't done anything with it, like promoted it or anything, just because I didn't want to promote that yet before I put out anything else before that. So yeah. You did also say, I admit to never having seen any Doctor Who ever. Oh, okay. So, I mean, I've seen all of New Who, but I have only seen 1 or 2 episodes of old Who, like classic Who, and they're the ones I'm watching now. I really like New Who. Like, I'm a massive fan. When I say I'm a massive fan, I'm a massive fan as in I've seen them and I love them, and I would call myself a Whovian. But then there's people that talk about specific things in the lore of Doctor Who, and I don't know any of that stuff. Yes, I'll probably know it if you say something, but a friend of mine said the other day something about one of the New Who episodes, and I went, I don't remember that. I don't remember it at all. So I felt terrible that I didn't know. But thank you. You watched my reactions as an introduction. I appreciate that, and I hope you enjoy them as well. But what I try to do when I do my watches, like my watch-alongs and my reactions and that, is I try to make them just me naturally reacting to them. I'm not one of those that's going to overreact about stuff. So anything you see, even my thumbnails, and I know there was a few people that mentioned this to me. They messaged me and asked me, were my thumbnails true, or because they look fake, but they're not. They're true. They are like a screenshot of a reaction. It's what I try to do is find the best reaction I've done in the film as something that I've really majorly reacted to in the film, like the best bit, and then I screenshot that and use that. So I think the one I did for one of my last ones, I looked very confused or like I didn't like the film or TV show, but I did. I really enjoyed it. It's just by the thumbnail that I chose, the picture that I chose of me, it just doesn't look like I did. So, yeah. Hoovian, very nice. Very nice. It'll be interesting to see what what you both make of it. Or of Doctor Who. Hello, Bin. Is it... I don't want to take your name wrong. Is it Bin Retheric? Sorry, Bin Retheric. Bin turning into what's his name from Open All Hours? Granville. That's it. Do I have a favorite film genre? Oh, that is a question. Thank you. I would say one of my favorite genres is. Now I want to say this because it changes with a lot of things. Like I have a massive eclectic taste in both music and film. Because of doing radio, my taste in music is I love everything. I love everything from the 40s, the 20s, all the way through to modern day music. And where it comes to film, I've noticed that some of my favorites are, yes, comedy. Not so much like slasher horrors. I don't really watch slasher horrors, but I like, mild horror. And I found out that apparently the name is. I'll tell you what the films are that I love of horror, and you can tell me the specific name if there is one. So The Shining, which is an obvious that a lot of people do love The Shining. It Follows, and there's a certain name for the style genre that is. But anyway, that and Smile, the new one that just came out. I saw the trailer to that, and it looks amazing. I was planning on watching it on the channel, but there's a lot of people that have said to me about watching older things, so I don't know whether or not to style the channel as an older thing or just watch just an arrangement of films. But I'd say my favorite film genre is both comedy and artsy films. When I say artsy films, I mean things like The Shining, for instance, or what's one of my? I'll tell you a couple of my favorite films. So this is picking my brain. Obviously, Back to the Future is my all-time favorite. I love Back to the Future, the trilogy. I've got that on 4K, and it is incredible. If you guys love 4K, and that's one thing I do want to touch on this channel, not specifically now, but when I get into the flow of moving house, because this place that I'm in, that I do all this stuff in, isn't mine. This is just a place I've had to rent, because back in March of this year, I had a flood at my cottage, and so because of the flood of the cottage, I had to move. And then since then I've been here, and all of my stuff is in storage. So even this 66 sign behind me isn't even mine. Maybe I'll have to buy one for my place, but I love vintage stuff, so hence the cottage, and I've got a lot of vintage things. The Shining is amazing. Have you seen Doctor Sleep? I have, but years ago, and I want to watch it at some point. I was going to watch The Shining on this channel as well, but I didn't get a chance to over Halloween, so maybe just at some point I'll have to. Yes, maybe psychological. Yeah, I do love psychological thrillers. I did set up a company. I started to set up a company with a friend of mine. We were script writing, and they were psychological films that we would make. And I have scripted about 3 of the films, but then we never made them. Because of family things in my life, we kind of it all just fell apart, and we moved on, and it never happened. And I think he's got some other stuff that was going on in his life as well, so yeah, it just never happened. But psychological films are some of my favorites, but because of the eclectic taste, there's a fair amount. Like, if you look at my Letterboxd account, you'll see. Let me grab my Letterboxd account up, actually. And if you guys are on Letterboxd, feel free. You can follow me on there, and there's a list on there of films that I love, like some of my favorites, and your requests, things that I'm going to be watching, things that I already have watched, that kind of thing. But if you see my things that I watch on here, I state it in every video anyway. Some of my favorite films. One of the ones I feel like is one of the best that I've seen edited so far is the seamlessness of Hot Fuzz. It's just incredible. One of my favorite films, which is a foreign film, is Cinema Paradiso. I love Interstellar. Let me click onto favorite films. I have so many. That's the reason why I've had to start making a list of things, because it's so much easier. So much easier. One of my favorites, yeah, the Andromeda Strain that I watched recently is another favorite. So my plan, and I'm going off a tangent again, but my plan is to edit, even though I've done the majority of the Andromeda Strain, because that's a normal film and it's not a Christmas-based film, I'm going to leave that one at the side for now. That will be going out, I promise. But you can see the full one, as Douglas, you know. You can see the full one on my Patreon. But I'm going to put out Scrooged first. Then, if I get a chance to watch Home Alone 2 and 3, I'm going to try and do those. I don't think I'm going to get them done by Christmas. But what do you think is the cutoff for Christmas films for this kind of thing? Would you guys watch them before New Year? So between now and New Year? Because I tend to start watching Christmas films around Boxing Day. So I don't know whether or not to continue on. I'm not going to watch them into January, that's for sure. But because I'll have seen them in the next few days, maybe even after, like as in tonight, after this, I have got a couple of other bits of work I need to sort out and do. But maybe I'll watch Home Alone 2 and try and get that edited out as well. But it's just not possible. Christmas goes until January the 6th or so. Okay. I mean, having only done this year, this channel, it's Space. Hello, or SC50. I'm not entirely sure what to call you. Every time I comment with you, I'm never sure what to call you. I think I call you SC50 every time, so I might just call you Space. It's the Captain Scarlet guy, because I mentioned about the style of the logo and everything. You think pre-New Year's is fine? Okay, so anytime between now, technically now and January the 6th. Okay, well I will try and get up Home Alone 2, Home Alone 3. It's a lot. It's a lot of editing, because one edit, so the Andromeda Strain, which I think SC50, or Space, I think you were one of the people that mentioned about the Andromeda Strain. I think so many different people that have mentioned things. So that is what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to try and get up. Apologies, my brain is all over the place. I'm trying. I had so many things. That's one of the reasons I wanted to do a live. I've had so many things in my brain that I want to talk to you guys about. But because it doesn't seem like a lot of people use Twitter, or at least follow me on Twitter. If you want to follow me, you can do. Same name, Movies with Marty. But I have multiple different Twitter accounts. I have one for my radio stuff, which is the main one I use, and then I have the one for here. Maybe I should just amalgamate them together. I don't know. If you want to follow me over there, you can do. But yeah, let me know if you do, and then I'll give you the name. But if not, I won't. Because I'm a character when I do radio. I'm not my name. So yeah, I think that was someone else. Okay, maybe it was someone else. Honestly, there's been that's one of my highly requested films is the Andromeda Strain. So that will be coming, but I'm going to put that to the side. Scrooged, which will be first of the Christmas films. Then Home Alone 2 and 3, hopefully, if I get a chance. And then, yeah. Then I've got a couple of episodes of Doctor Who and Goosebumps as well coming. And then moving on with the list. Did you guys see, I'm trying to remember the name of it, Silent Night, the one that I reacted to just before? What did you think? Because that was traumatic. When I watched that, it just blew my mind how traumatic that was. It was one of the most traumatic films I've seen, I think. And then I felt kind of bad, because at the beginning I was going, Merry Christmas, and yeah, then it wasn't very merry for the rest of it. Oh, by the way, it's stormy here, so apologies if I do either lose signal, have really bad looking, have a really bad looking live stream, like the quality, or anything goes wrong because the power's gone a few times in the last couple of days. So, and usually about this time, so fingers crossed it doesn't. There was a couple of things I wanted to say to you guys. So there was about the releases. Obviously it takes forever to do these kind of videos that I do. You've not seen The Silent Night. When you watch it, if you do watch it, I feel like I should see it before I watch your reaction. Yes. See, that's the thing with you guys watching these things that I watch. I really do hope you watch the films first before you watch the reaction that I do. The majority, I know you would have seen them, like people that loved Fantastic Voyage that I did. I know you've probably seen the Fantastic Voyage. Same with Doctor Who, for instance. I know, Douglas, you said you've not seen any Doctor Who, so please watch Doctor Who alongside watching my reactions. You can watch my ones after. As difficult as that is to say, because a lot of YouTubers were going, watch my things first. But I'm not one of those. Just, yeah, I'm pretty down to it. I like making content that you guys would like to see. But I don't want to go along the same lines as it. So I follow quite a few other reactors. I want to say they're called reactors. And a lot of them do the same films. Like I've seen Lethal Weapon now being posted almost every day on a different person's channel. So it's almost like they see someone having done a film and then they go, I want to do that because it's popular. And it just becomes popular. Like a little while ago, what was the other one that was popular? It was on Netflix, funny enough. It was like one of the most requested or most watched films. Can't remember what it was. And I thought, I'm going to watch it. Like, for instance, I went to see a couple of films a little while ago. And I thought, do I watch them in the cinema or do I watch them on here? And I thought, well, because they're newer films, either other people are going to have done the films or there was somewhere I was going with that. Yeah, either I just didn't know whether or not I should do them on the channel or not. So I went to see them in the cinema, really enjoyed them, and then thought, do I bring them here? So I've got the films to be able to watch them, but I was just like, I don't know. So yeah, I love 80s films, by the way. You will come to know that I love 60s, the 80s, or everything. I love the 50s as well. I'm a big fan of vintage stuff. Black and white stuff, as you'll see, I love. Some of my favourite... Should we go through favourite directors? Favourite films and stuff? Your Actions Fantastic Voyage was my introduction to your channel. Oh, Douglas, thank you very much. There seems to be a lot of people's introduction was Fantastic Voyage. Hence, I feel like sci-fi is going to be a big one on this channel because 90% of the things I've watched is sci-fi. Andromeda Strain, Fantastic Voyage, Doctor Who. Yeah, there's a lot of sci-fi there. And then there's a lot of horror as well. One of the ones being that I think I will cut out on this channel is Cabinets of Curiosities, or Cabinet of Curiosities. I thought I would enjoy the series, and I have enjoyed it myself, but I don't feel like there's enough because the amount of time it takes me to edit one of those, it's about the same as it does for the other TV shows, but I'm very finicky with my edits. I like getting them quite right. And the amount of time that it takes, I could probably do half of a film edit at the same time, so I'm thinking I might cut those out, especially with the amount of views that they get. I might just change to something else. And I'm not one for the views, but if people aren't going to see it, I feel like I should put my time into something that you guys would like me to see and like me to watch. So the ones I've done so far and they're out are the ones that I've seen, and I haven't seen any of the others. Someone did mention one of the other episodes to me, and I thought, do I watch it? So I might just watch it in my own time. Maybe I'll do a review on it for you guys if you want to see reviews as well. Hitchcock's Rebecca. Do you know what? I've not seen the old one. I've seen the new one. Is there a new one of that? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Rebecca. The one with, is it Is his name Army Hammer? It's a really weird name. It's a great name, don't get me wrong, because he did, was it Man from U.N.C.L.E. as well? Rebecca. Yeah, that is the film I'm thinking of. But there's an old one, as far as I know. I haven't seen the original. The original was from. I've not got the chat, so apologies. 1940. I have not seen it, and I have to admit there are like a billion older films that I've not seen. Despite me saying I'm a very vintage person, but I say this. So I'll give you a little story that I did actually have in one of the edits. Sorry, I just noticed, Douglas, part of you. Let me. I've got to think. Look at the chat first, then I'll talk. Douglas says, I saw both Fantastic Voyage and Andromeda Strain years ago, so I've enjoyed both reactions. Thank you. Did you see? Have you seen my full reaction then to Andromeda Strain? Because there's a couple of things in there that whilst watching, I felt like I looked bored, as in the full one, I looked bored. So I was not bored, as you can tell by my reactions afterwards. I loved the Andromeda Strain as much as I loved Fantastic Voyage, and I'm hoping to show that in the full edit that I do, or the edit I do for YouTube anyway. Because it's such an intricate film, but because it's so mentally, like, you've really got to think about it a lot. That's where I was going with that. I was trying to think about all the little bits of information, kind of like I did with Fantastic Voyage, but that was a little easier because it wasn't as mentally straining. And I think when I watched it on the day, I had a little bit of brain fog as well, so it didn't really help me. Yeah, so I will try my best to be as pleasing to look at whilst you're watching these things, but a lot of the time I'll probably look annoyed whilst I'm watching something. I've noticed it whilst I'm editing. Yeah. There was a Rebecca on Netflix, I believe. The original is amazing. Yeah, so the newer one with Army Hammer, the guy, the blonde guy, he was in, I think, like The Social Network and things like that, and The Man from U.N.C.L.E. That was a brilliant film, the newer one, and that was, I watched it on Netflix. As for the original, I've not seen it. I love Hitchcock's stuff. I'm a big fan of so some of the people that I like, because that way it gives you guys a chance to get to know me a little bit better. I love it. Well, Hitchcock, Kubrick. Kubrick, I'm a massive fan of, but there's a lot of Kubrick films I've not seen. So I've seen. Trying to remember the name of it now. Disappearing out of my mind. The one that every shot of it looks like a painting. The name's it's escaped me. It's the name of a man anyway. The name of the film. So I've seen that one. But the majority of the other films of his, I don't think I've seen. But I love his styling. Like The Shining, for instance, is one of my favorite films. And I still to this day, The Shining, yes, is a horror. But I still don't think it's a horror in some ways, because horror, I feel, is, I don't know, is, darker and more. It's more of a psychological horror, I would say, The Shining, and that's probably Barry Lyndon. Thank you so much, Douglas. Barry Lyndon. So I've seen that. That was ages ago. That was like years ago that I saw that. And I've been a huge fan of film for years and seeing loads of stuff. And it was only until recently I started to do this channel. But watching that, every shot was beautiful, and it was one of the films that made me love Kubrick alongside. Am I thinking Kubrick? That is Kubrick who made that. Yes, it is. That's it. Yeah, Barry Lyndon. Thank you. Saying I'm not bored, just very, very focused. That was it. Yeah, I was extremely focused, and in the YouTube edit, I've made sure to cut a lot of that stuff out, because I feel like someone watching it is going to go, oh, he's just bored. He's just bored. He's not enjoying the film at all, especially if there's a lot of people that have recommended it to me. So I've tried to make it, entertaining to watch at the same time. But back onto directors, as well as Kubrick, one of my favorites is Wes Anderson, because I love his shots. This I love cinematography, and I mentioned this in the Andromeda Strain edit, I think. Cinematography is just absolutely incredible. So I was looking at the chat at the same time because I felt like I'd missed something that was there. What's that? I miss out a lot just watching reactions. Sorry, Space. I realised I missed your message. You miss out a lot just watching reactions. What was I saying about for that? Oh, as in, yeah, when you just watch reactions, yeah, you do miss out on a lot. So I tend to. This is the thing. I only watch reactions, and funnily enough, I was watching a live stream of someone else the other day, and they were saying the same thing. But I only watch film reactions of films I've seen, just to see what other people have thought to the film. But I only watch them in the background. Really, I don't really watch them fully, unless I'm sat down with a cup of tea or coffee, and it's just that time of day where I want some peace. Then I'll watch one. But the majority of the time, I'm hard working, and I'm just watching it in the background. Have you seen the Grand Budapest? Yes, I love, and I did feel like I want to watch that again with you guys because it's just a gorgeous film. But I have to admit, it is one I have seen. So one of my favourites, and this will give you a hint as to my radio name as well. Fantastic Mr. Fox is one of my favourites of Wes Anderson. Yes, it's an animated or stop motion, but it's just gorgeous. Everything about it, the modelling of that, the way the hair bristles from the modelers that made it. It's just a gorgeous film. The one, is it The Isle of Dogs or something? I've not seen that. Is it The Isle of Dogs? I think that's the name. I've not seen that one. But I have seen the Grand Budapest Hotel. I haven't seen the other one. Was there? What was that? What was the other one called? It's something to do with Was it Marigold? I've forgotten the name of his films. Let's look it up, shall we? Wes Anderson films, and then I can tell you which ones I have seen and which ones I haven't seen. One of my favourite films as well. I mentioned this in the As Douglas You Will Know from the reaction that I did. Because I mentioned quite a lot of my favourites in the Andromeda Strain, but in the YouTube version, I've cut the majority of that out because I felt like I waffled. And you'll notice as well, there are times when in the full ones, when I do interrupt the scene that's going on in general, and so when I do the edit, I do tweak it a little bit so that I don't interrupt it quite as much. It's a fiddly thing to do, but I managed to do it. And also, I am going to start doing commentary videos. And when I say commentaries, it's basically taking what I'm not doing on everything. I'm only doing it on specific things. So the Back to the Future edit I did, or the Back to the Future film when I watched it, because I love that film as one of my favourites, I spoke a lot, gave facts and little things about each scene that came up. So that's one of the things I'm going to bring to the channel is favourites or commentaries on only certain things. So I'm going to use the edit I did for Back to the Future, and I'm just going to play that in full for you guys on YouTube, but I'm going to tweak it with the look of it a little bit. Just because I feel like it would be an interesting thing for you guys to see, and it gives you a little teaser as to what is on the Patreon as well. Again, for all of them, you can see them over on the Patreon. Yeah, Grand Budapest Hotel, though, was peak Anderson, or Wes Anderson. Looking up Wes Anderson films right now, because there are some that I have not seen. Going back to my favourite films, by the way. There was another one that I was going to say. Oh, Ghostbusters. I've seen that, I know. But Ghostbusters is another one of my favourites. And originally for my birthday, which was the 15th, I had planned on watching Cinema Paradiso, my favourite foreign film, and then putting on the channel for my birthday. But I didn't get around to doing it because I fell ill before. Then on my birthday, I was meant to go away, and I have had honestly, I've had the year of stuff because so December last year I got COVID. Then I got diagnosed with long COVID in March. I had a flood at my house in March, like a week after I got diagnosed, and then sometime around then anyway. Uh, then I've had a heck of a year between then and now, and as of recently, my car has broken down, so I have no car for anything Christmas. So for if worst comes to worst, I will spend Christmas with you guys. But yeah, I'm planning on going to my dad's, but I'm gonna have to hire a car and all this kind of stuff, and it's just a load of baloney before Christmas that I'd rather not have. So yeah, I've had all of that plus being ill and birthday that I had to spend by myself in the end. And I was commenting to you, quite a few of you guys on my birthday as well. But yeah, and I didn't even. I was gonna watch things on my birthday, so at least make the event something special. But I ended up just having a little bit of drink and just enjoying my day. It was great. Oh, thank you, Douglas. Thank you. Happy belated birthday, he says. Speaking of Fantastic Mr. Fox, Space has said, what is your stance on watching animated movies? Is this channel more focused on live action, or does anything go? Well, see, this is the thing. I got asked, not on here, I got asked by a friend of mine a couple of years ago, what's your stance on, what's it called, anime? I have never seen anime. And I say that, but I used to be a huge fan of Pokemon, if Pokemon stands as anime. I don't know if it does. So I'm trying to keep this sort of focused to your question at the same time as going off on a little tangent. But I would say the channel is going to be the majority live action. But I'm not. I know anime is not the only type of animation there is, because I love animation, like as in Wallace and Gromit, that kind of animation. What's the studio name? Not Pixar. I'm trying to think of the name of the film. Aardman. I love Aardman stuff. So yeah, I'm not against any animation stuff. So please feel free. You can request that animation things as well. Also, you may notice that with some of my videos, they are quite cut up, but they're specifically cut up in such a way that I don't show things for too long, so that things don't get pulled. Because I've seen quite a lot of. Thank you very much, Space. I realised Aardman like 2 seconds after I'd said it, because I was like, "What is the film name? What is the company?" Because one of my favourites is Chicken Run from years ago. And yeah, just forgotten the name. But yeah, please feel free. Request anything that you'd like me to see, whether it be which is funny because on my Patreon I did say for one of the higher tiers, I was like, okay, if you want to request anything, go to my Patreon, you can request through there, because I was trying to figure out a way of doing it so I wasn't bombarded by stuff. But I've been bombarded and I love it because I didn't realize how much people would be requesting stuff, and I have a list that's no lie streams worth. I have not streams in what we're doing now, but it's a huge stream. There's loads on there. The list goes on and on for requests that you guys have sent in, and I very much appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I will continue to watch them. In amongst a few that I sort of pick out myself. Quickly going back to Wes Anderson films, by the way. The Grand Budapest Hotel, seen it. The French Dispatch, that was a strange one. I saw it in an independent cinema when it came out. It must have been back in 2021 because it says that's when it came out. And it confused me. I enjoyed it, but it was one that, when you get to the end of the film and you just go, huh? I was a little confused by the story. Cinematography-wise, absolutely stunning. Just the shots. If I am a I'm a videographer and a photographer, and if you guys want to check out my photography, you can do. My website is actually madartmart.com, and I never give that out to anybody, so you're privileged. I don't even give it out to anybody on radio either. Yeah, I do photography stuff. I haven't updated that in a little while. I've got an Instagram for the same name as well, and I love photography and cinematography stuff. So his film work is just chef's kiss. Yes, The French Dispatch I've seen. Moonrise Kingdom I've seen. Fantastic Mr. Fox I've seen. Moonrise Kingdom is one of the ones that I was very dubious about going into because of the plot of it, and I wasn't sure if I'd like it. And it was okay. It wasn't my favorite. I don't know why. It just didn't really appeal to me. There were aspects of the film that were great, like his shots and that kind of thing. But yeah, it was. Royal Tenenbaums, not seen it. Isle of Dogs, not seen it. Darjeeling Limited, not seen it. Rushmore, not seen it. Life Aquatic with Steve, whatever it's called. Zissou? Yeah, that's it. I was trying to get the name up. I say that I saw this, but a friend of mine rented it years ago. I wasn't watching it. It was in the background whilst I was trying to do some stuff, and they were watching it. So technically I have seen it, but I don't remember any of it. So that's a good one. Apparently it's good. I'm not entirely sure. Bottle Rocket, not seen it. The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar is coming soon. I was going to say I've not heard of that one. Apparently that's coming in 2023. So that might be interesting. Asteroid City, again. Are these? Wes Anderson? He's got 2 coming out in 2023? Really? They are? Oh, it's a screenplay by Wes Anderson. And directed. Wow. There was one that came out a little while ago, and I don't remember the name of it. But just checked out the site. Your photography is great. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. No, so I did photography for years, and I love doing photography. And I travel. Well, I did travel before the pandemic. I traveled tons. Then I got long COVID, or got COVID, and it's just hit me with the wind. Like this year, I have, and this is not a lie, I have, I think like 50 to 60 folders worth of a lot of photos, like 100, 200, possibly 1,000 photos, probably in each folder, of places that I've been to in the last few years. I just haven't got around to editing the photography, so you've got all of that to come as well if you follow me. Yeah, I just haven't had a chance because I've taken on so much, and I don't know why I've taken on so much because I don't have the time to do these things. For instance, my radio work. Apologies if I'm going off a massive tangent here, but for instance, my radio work, the majority of the shows now are pre-recorded, and I pre-recorded these mid-year, and I'm currently running through that list, and I have shows already done up until February, and they are every Saturday, 8 a.m. So it's yeah, I've recorded a lot. And they're already done and are out of the way, because otherwise I'd be recording them. I'd be recording these videos for this channel, and doing the photography stuff, and doing a couple other things, and doing editing for different people, and it's a lot of stuff. Yes, as you can probably guess as well, the work stuff that I do is very time consuming. Have you guys got any questions for me, by the way? Because it's not just the case of me rambling about random stuff, and I know I have been rambling about random stuff, and I'm sorry. I know that's some of the reason you come here to see me ramble about stuff. Well, not ramble, but talk about meaningful stuff. Meaningful stuff. The fun fact about me creating this channel is I had another channel that I was doing, and I created this channel because I wanted to, because I love film so much. I wanted to talk about film more often, and I wasn't sure if I should do it as reactions, or just do reviews about films, because I've seen quite a lot of YouTubers that I just adore the work they do about film and about 4K films and Blu-ray releases, so physical media channels. And when I get back to my place, I would like to bring a little bit of that in, if you guys would be interested. I don't know if you are going to be interested in it. So just showing my very, very tiny collection at the moment, because I would love a big collection of films and have like a massive wall of it, or those underground video stores type things. I'd love to have one of those done, but my cottage doesn't have the room for that. It has probably the room for about a wall or a cupboard or something. But yeah, I'd love to bring that onto the channel as well. But the reason I created the channel in the first place was because on my previous channel, which I did have quite a fair few subscribers, and I'd done that since 2012, I think, that channel. And I ended doing that channel no, it was longer. Sorry, I had it since about 2008. I ended that channel. Oh, 1 second, Douglas. I'll get to your question in a minute. Sorry. I ended that channel in 2015 due to a family loss I had. Or 2016 it might have been. And yeah, since then I hadn't uploaded since then. Went back to it last year sometime, or no, I think it was the beginning of this year. I went back to it as I, fell ill and stuff. Went back to it, tried doing a couple of things on there. The people are gone. The viewers had gone. The subscribers were still there, but I had 1,600 subscribers, I think it was on there. So it was not a massive amount, but for way back in 2015, that was an okay amount for a channel kind of starting out, and there was regular viewers and that kind of thing. And I started to do because of my energy. Some of the days wasn't great at the time, and it still isn't to this day. But today is a great day for me. So I started doing reactions, like trailer reactions and that kind of thing. And I did think about doing that on here, but I don't want to oversaturate it by doing things that you guys might not want to watch, because the reason I wanted to do trailers in the first place was to see the cinematography of things like Blade Runner 2049 trailer and the breakdown of the film, like the visual effects breakdown. I did a couple of videos on that. One for the trailer of one of the Edgar Wright films, the Last Night in Soho film, and I did one for the visual effects breakdown of that and Blade Runner. I did both of those, and there was no views. I think I had 2 views on it, and I put the same effort I did into those videos. Nothing. So I just thought, you know what, I'm gonna scrap it, leave it to the side, and months went by, and slowly I was watching things. And just thought, do you know what I want to do? I want to, delve into the film side of things, because I've done TV and film courses, and I love it. And I'm not a huge expert on film or TV stuff, but I have been a producer on live TV, and that's what I was doing up until I got really ill, and I've had to leave that work. But yeah, it's been good. So I was doing producing work and freelance work as a video editor as well, and absolutely loved it, enjoyed it. And I wanted to bring some of that here and to discuss things with you, and to give my thoughts on things. I'm hoping you enjoy it. Our little community of film-loving fans. Do you perhaps have one film of the many you've seen that you consider your favourite? Of the many I've seen over the years, or the many I've seen on here? Because I feel like I've not seen that many on here, despite me having done this now for 2 months, I would say. I feel like I should have seen more in that time. It's the editing time that it takes. So I've seen quite a few in that time. I'm trying to think if that's going to be... I'm trying to preempt your reply. Fantastic Voyage was always on TV growing up. Yeah, I remember seeing I think it was like a trailer or something years ago. This was when my granddad was around. He was talking about the film, and the trailer was on. And the only reason I remember it is because, do you remember when I watched it, I said the ship looks really familiar. It reminds me of something. That's what it was. After I did the video on that, I remembered it was because I'd seen it on a trailer or some thing about the film anyway. And and it was around when I was at my granddad's. So yeah, I remember seeing it back then, but I had never seen the film. Over the years, you've watched film. Okay, so oh my god, that's such a hard question because I have so many different genres of things I've seen. Out of everything, honestly, I can't nail it down. And I think you'll agree, like when you love film that much, it's just there's so many different things. Like okay, splitting it into different categories. That's the only way I can do it. I'm really sorry. Horror, The Shining. Instantly, it's The Shining, which I've said, and you kind of know that. But fantasy stuff, I love Harry Potter. I'm a huge fan of Harry Potter. Seen them all like a billion times, and that was one of the things I thought, do I watch it on here? But there's so many people watching Harry Potter now. I just felt like it's a bit pointless. Because I'll just be there in amongst the mix of people watching Harry Potter. And I'll probably watch it at some point on the channel because I'm a huge fan of it. And I'm a huge fan of all the channels that unbox things that are Harry Potter as well. Like Cherry Wallace is one of the funny enough, that was the video I was watching earlier. There was one of Cherry Wallace's videos. She's brilliant, by the way. If you don't follow her, go and check her out. I understand I couldn't answer that question for myself either. So horror, done. Shining. Then I would say that when I started to say about the fantasy genre thing, what I meant by that was things like Blade Runner. And the reason I say that is because Blade Runner 2049, when that came out, I went to see it at the cinema, and oh my god, I was, when you get the chills, and I was in my element. Cinematography was just awe-inspiring. And the same thing when I went to see Dune. I wasn't a fan of Dune at the time, as in when I went to see it, I had no idea what it was. I had not seen the original, hadn't read the book, anything. I still haven't read the book or watched the original, so that's something I could do on the channel. Not read the book, but the watch the film. But when I went to see let me start with Blade Runner 2049. I went to see that, and that's another thing I'm a huge fan of as well. Hans Zimmer is just an idol of mine when it comes to scoring soundtracks. I love score. With everything, any film score, I listen to that just in the background or whilst I'm in the car and that kind of thing. I know, I'm that sad. If you guys do that, let me know, please, because I feel like I'm the only one. Yeah, Blade Runner 2049 is one of my huge favorites. So when that film came out on DVD, I immediately bought that on DVD. Then I got into the whole love of 4K, and I bought a huge 4K TV. So that's one of the things we'll talk about when I get back to the cottage as well. Like the kind of 4K Blu-ray player that you should buy, or that I think you should buy. It's the one I've got, and it is, out of everything that I've seen, and I still think to this day, from what I remember hearing of people talking about these players, it is the one to go for. And I don't know what it's called, so I'm so sorry. So when I get it back, because it's in storage, when I get it back, when I can talk about it, then I'll tell you what it is. And yeah, I bought Blade Runner 2049 on 4K, and it was just orgasmic. Honestly, I'm so sorry to anybody watching it that didn't want to hear that. You're eating. I'm so sorry. Honestly, if you've not watched Blade Runner 2049 and you're a huge fan of that kind of film, or just gorgeous cinematography in general, please watch that 4K on a TV that has the UHD capability. It's gorgeous. And at the time, I bought not this set of headphones, but another set of headphones that I like it. These ones I use are Tribit headphones. Some of the best that I've heard, and they're not expensive, but they are very, very good quality. But on the original version I had of those, which were the ones that got ruined in the flood, so I had to buy those ones instead, which the other ones were sold out, which were the better ones. They don't do them anymore. They've been discontinued. I listened to those on the first time, surround sound style sound in my ears, and I was blown away. Honestly, it was gorgeous. Blade Runner 2049 was an eye feast. It is an ear feast as well as an eye feast. It is stunning. Stunning. And then, okay, two of my favourite 4Ks before I get on to more favourite films. Two of my favourite 4Ks, looks-wise. If you've not seen Back to the Future, the trilogy, in 4K, I did not think I could see that film any more and in any more clarity with details and it to be one of my favourite films even more until I watched it in 4K. Because the amount of, because obviously they've gone back and they've what the name of it now? I'm so sorry. They've retransferred it across from the original film negatives and how they do it. But yeah, you'll kind of see from this stream as to how the channel is going to kind of go in the future. I'm doing all the movie stuff, like the reviews and the reactions and stuff I've been doing. But then I also want to talk a little bit about this. And I probably won't do separate videos on them. I don't know yet. If you want to see that, I might do them. But yeah, I don't want to ruin you guys watching my stuff and then go, oh, he's putting out a 4K talk, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, if you guys really like that stuff, I might do it. But yeah, Back to the Future was just, oh. So actually, yes, you saying about my, one of my favourite films, I would say, when everybody says, what is your favourite film? I immediately go to Back to the Future. Because that film is just perfect from every angle. Cinematography, storyboarding, scripting, acting. Michael J. Fox is a huge inspiration. And him, Christopher Lloyd, they are just brilliant. And if you have not seen if you're a huge fan of the franchise and you've not seen the musical, what are you doing? Go and see it. It is amazing. If you're in America, a lot of my viewers are in America. If you're in America, it's, I think, now gone to Broadway over there because it was over here in London. That's where I saw it. And they've now moved across to you guys. And they've got a new cast over here, which I've seen the cast of. They don't look amazingly great. They don't even sound amazingly great. From what I've seen from the new videos of them, so they are probably very good. Please don't take my word for it. But the original cast was, Ollie Dobson was just incredible as Marty McFly. He sounded like him. Just looking at the chat, sorry, because I feel like I've missed a lot. It's been rambling. I'm so sorry. Fantastic voice on TV. All over all the years I watched film. I understand I couldn't answer that question myself. Blade Runner is amazing. Lawrence of Arabia is life-changing, at least for me. Do you know what? I've not seen Lawrence of Arabia. My granddad was in one of the films, and I don't know which one it was. There was a film around the time of Lawrence of Arabia, and I say this because I've seen that bit of that film. Around the time of Lawrence of Arabia, there was another film that was made, and it may be Lawrence of Arabia, that was then remade years later. And I think, sorry, I've got hiccups. I think the original one was the one my granddad was in. I think. I don't remember. And you can see him. I can point him out in it, but I've forgotten over the years what it is. But no, Lawrence of Arabia, I have not seen. Maybe I should add that to my list. If you guys would like a rundown, by the way, of my list as to things that I am going to be watching over the time, all of my requests that I've got, and the things that I would like to watch, then let me know, and I'll read them off on this live stream. And then we can talk about some of those if you guys have seen them, and if you like them, and if you've got any recommendations. Now, the next thing that Douglas has said is I listen to Star Trek film scores. Fun fact, I have not seen Star Trek. The only thing I've seen of Star Trek is, I'm going to get the name wrong. I think it's Next Generation. Could have been Voyager. But when I was growing up, I had VHSs of this specific series. and I really liked it. And that was the only thing I'd seen of Trek at all, because it would be one of those things when my parents would have like people round and they were talking to them, blah blah blah, and I'd have gone to bed at that point, and they were like, "No, you can just watch something in bed before you go to sleep if you want to," because I love books and I'm a huge book lover. We can get into that if you like books, but so Trek was one of the things that I watched back then. That along with Knight Rider, I was a huge fan of Knight Rider and the A-Team. Loved the A-Team. And I think I saw the new film of the A-Team. I think. I don't remember. But it looks great. And one of the films that I want to watch on this channel is Breakfast at Tiffany's, because I'm a huge Audrey Hepburn fan, and I have to admit I've seen Breakfast at Tiffany's. I was like, do I say I've seen it? I've seen it. And anything I say on this channel, I do, honest to God, say truthfully, because there are a lot of people out there that I've noticed that either do untrue reactions or they do, and this isn't going for everybody. I'm not saying it about everybody, so please don't take my word for it. But there's quite a fair few reactors that haven't, that aren't realistic. The reason I'm saying I don't know whether or not I should say it is because I don't know if I should say it now or just come out and say it when I do the reaction, and then people go, oh, right, he's seen it already. Yeah, I've got a bit of a bad back at the moment, so sorry if I look like I'm in pain. That's why. I noticed that if I'm just sitting here doing editing and blah blah blah, I'm usually sort of a bit more hunched over. And if I'm sat back, after a while, I tend to get a bit of a funny back because it's the way I sit, and I do it when I do radio as well. I get a weird backache. Fun fact, when I did radio pre-records the other day, bear in mind this was the beginning of November when I recorded this. I'll say the other day, that was like a month ago. But beginning of November, I recorded my entire 4-hour show for the radio for Christmas Day. And that was around the 3rd of November, I think it was. So I was listening to Christmas songs very, very early. It's like end of October, beginning of November, because I started listening to them to preempt what I was going to play on the show around October, and then eventually got a chance to do the show and record it beginning of November. I'm running away from the playlist again. Star Wars, by the way, because we mentioned Trek. Star Wars. I am very, very sorry. There is going to be a lot of. If you guys are Star Wars fans, I'm very sorry. I've not seen any. I've seen a bit of one of the films, and that was at a birthday party years ago, and I think I mentioned that in a reaction at some point. But yeah, I haven't seen any. So that is one of the things, by the way. I have found the original Star Wars with the before they were edited. I don't know if you guys are huge fans of it. So I found the original one, the original theatrical release version, and that is the one. It's kind of a grainy VHS looking quality, but it's not a VHS. It's the widescreen format version. That's the one I wanted to get because there is that pan and scan awful rubbish version of it, which for some reason people seem to want to find. But yeah, I might watch Star Wars stuff, but bear in mind I don't know anything about Star Wars, so it's going to be a whole new world for me. A whole new world. Anyway, back onto the thing. Ooh, the original Dune is great. Dune. I need to watch Dune. I do need to watch it. The soundtrack, by the way, of the new one. Oh, I fell in love with that. That again is another thing that just sends shivers up my spine whenever I hear that. Same thing with a lot of the soundtrack. Blade Runner 2049, Dune does the same thing. It's Hans Zimmer, I know. They both are. And just, yes. Interstellar, another one. Soundtrack just blows my mind. And it's another Hans Zimmer. Anything by him. Scrolling down this thing. Well, there's so many things in the chat that I've not read. Hi, Pleasant. I'm so sorry I've not read any of your messages yet. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Sounds like you had a challenging year, and you can relate. Honestly, the year has been insane. And I never thought I would have had a year like this, because last year I had. I say I had everything. Obviously, I didn't have everything, but in comparison to now, I had everything. I had a house. I had a job. I had health, as in good health. I was roaming the country. One of my favorite places to go is Cornwall, as you'll see by my photography stuff. And I will probably mention that quite a lot, if I mention that kind of stuff. Yeah, I had all of that stuff, and so yeah, and I can completely understand you relating. So difficult. But I fully understand it now when people say I've had such a difficult time and I've had health problems, blah blah blah. I completely get it. I mean, obviously, I don't know what you have gone through, Pleasant, in your last year or however long it's been for you. But yeah, I can completely understand. It is a nightmare, and day by day, it's a struggle. And trying to sort stuff out and trying to get like by for paying rent and stuff is it's just a struggle. Especially because like at the moment I'm fine, but tomorrow, for instance, now I've done this today. Tomorrow I'm gonna be out of it. I'm gonna be shattered. Um, so it's just trying to alleviate the days by either being very calm, very relaxed, and non-stressed. On one day, the next day I'll be fine. Just got you got to weigh up your options of things that you do for your energy. Got to conserve your energy. That's the one. Be like a battery, a good old Duracell. The original Blade Runner is a classic. This is another thing, and I'm really sorry. So I say that I love Blade Runner. By that I mean I love Blade Runner 2049. Because this is a bit of a thing that you guys are gonna kill me for now. I saw Blade Runner. I saw Blade Runner the original with the friend that I mentioned far earlier in the stream. How long have we even been streaming for? I don't know. Oh, 72 minutes. Over an hour ago. It doesn't feel like it's been that long. But way back when, I watched the film, the original Blade Runner, with my script writing friend, and it was his favourite film. And I felt bad because I watched it and I wasn't impressed. Bear in mind, this was before I was hugely into cinematographers. I loved writing film, but I didn't really have any specific favorites. I loved, Inception, that kind of thing, and I loved Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, but I didn't really have anything specific that I went to and thought, that is incredible. And I didn't look at sci-fi the same way that I do now. Over the last few years, sci-fi has completely blown my eyes out with how it looks and how they do things. How Blade Runner was done in the first place, like how the models were shot and all of the effects work they did on that, just blows my mind. It's incredible. And so, yeah, I've not seen Blade Runner, the original, in the same light that I would like to, because I watched it, wasn't really a fan, and I just kind of went, nah, and forgot it. So now I would like to, because I love Blade Runner 2049, I'd love to go back to the original Blade Runner and watch it with the same eyes that I love the second version of it. Watch the original and see it and just adore it. Because I know I'm going to love it. But yeah, at the time, I wasn't entirely sure. So thank you for letting me know about Blade Runner being a classic. And it seems that it's probably one of your favourite films. So if you'd like me to watch it, I will rewatch it. And I'm sure I'm going to love it this time, because I saw documentaries about how they made it and everything, and I just fell in love, especially since watching the newer one. Just fell in love. The Shining, yes, it is a classic horror film. Very classic horror film. I didn't get a chance to go through the rest of my my favourites. I said that I would mention things from certain genres. I have this thing that you'll notice over the time of watching the channel probably. I have this thing where a lot of my favourite people in the industry, and I say that in the way that every person that I seem to come across that I really like, whether it be a comedian, whether it be a musician, music artist kind of person, or actor in general, that kind of person, they seem to be from Canada. And I don't know why. So one of my favourite musicians, so I love Frank Sinatra, and I'm not saying he's from Canada, but I love Frank Sinatra, but I'm a huge fan of Bublé, so Michael Bublé. Or at least I used to listen to him incessantly, like a couple of years ago. Not so much now. I seem to have died down from listening to him so much, but I would still say he's one of my favourites. Not my favourite, but one of my favourites. Mark Kingswood is like the English version of Bublé as well, and he is amazing. He does like the full jazz stuff that Bublé does, but yeah, sorry, that's getting into another tangent of music. But yeah, I seem to have a Canadian thing going on with my loves of things. Like one of my favourite comedians, one of my favourite comedians is Jim Carrey. Another favourite comedy actor of mine is Ryan Reynolds. He's a lot of people's favourites, I know, but he's incredible, and both from Canada. So yeah, sorry. Going off on tangents. Something that could be interesting was Metropolis in 4K. I've not seen Metropolis. I've seen I think it was the 4K trailer to it or something. I remember reading up on, it might have even been the restoration video of that being put into 4K. And it looks great, but I don't know anything about it. I haven't seen it. So yes, that could be very, very interesting. Again, I've still got the hiccups. It's a silent movie, yes, yeah, but it's inspired so much, especially Blade Runner. Oh, that I didn't know. Shall I put that on my list? Because I haven't got any silent films on my list, and I love a good, I know it's not a comedy, but I love a good Laurel and Hardy, which is, silent stuff. I'll say silent. They're not silent, but some of them are. That was like my leeway into going, some of my favourite things are Laurel and Hardy. So, yeah. But yeah, shall I add Metropolis? Let me know in the chat, and I shall add that to my list. I've got my list on my computer, so I can just type it up. 2001, it's probably one of my favourite films, and it is so groundbreaking and so well done. Still holds up today. Again, pleasant, as you've probably seen by a lot of my mentions. I don't even know, actually, if I've kept the mentions in my videos, because I mentioned it in Fantastic Voyage, and I mentioned it in the Andromeda Strain. Andromeda Strain? Yeah, I thought I'd said the name wrong. But I haven't seen 2001 yet, and it's one of the films for so many years that it's either been recommended to me by friends of mine or by you guys, or just me really needing to watch it because I've wanted to watch it for so long. And a friend of mine said, we'll sit down and we'll watch it. The same with Star Wars. We're going to sit down and watch those. We never did. So that is one of the films I'm going to see on this channel. My throat is really going funny, so apologies. I'm also spilling coffee, apparently, because I'm a messy pup. I like most of Kubrick's films, though. Yeah, I'm the same. Kubrick, anything I've seen of his has been stellar. Akira Kurosawa. I know of Akira Kurosawa. He's a film director I should check out. He made great films. What did he make then? The Hidden Fortress is amazing too. Gotta look him up, or her up. Honestly, I'm so sorry. I don't know if it's a him or her. One of the things, I know you mentioned about animation ages ago, guys, and I will get through the rest of the chat in a minute. Apologies. But one of the things that you mentioned about animations and stuff, I haven't seen, because I hadn't seen any anime stuff. The one thing I have seen, and I love the score to it, is some people are probably going to go, oh, that was awful. But what was it called? Cowboy Bebop. The Netflix, not the original, because I know the original was an anime, but I've not seen the original. Only because I have a confession. I know I said about loving animation. I've not seen anime because I'm not a fan of anime. As in, I naturally don't swerve towards watching anime or anything, like one of them being Is it Avatar: The Last Airbender or something? I've not seen that at all. There's a big studio Ghibli, I want to say. Like I was gonna say a big studio called something, and then the name came to me. So Studio Ghibli. Not seen any of it. And I don't know if I would enjoy it. Honestly, don't know if I'd enjoy it. But again, Akira Kurosawa apparently isn't an anime person, so that's good in some ways. Don't get me wrong. I will maybe watch them. I don't know. But Akira Kurosawa, actually one of my favorite YouTubers who talks about 4Ks and the Criterion collections and that. Because again, that's another thing I love, but I haven't got any of them. Is that kind of thing. And I'm just looking now at his film list because I have not seen any of them. And I am very sorry because I say that I am a huge film buff, like I love all of film, but then I don't watch any of these things. Not because I don't like them, but just because I haven't seen them. My neighbours are probably going, "Why is he talking so much? Stop talking." Kurosawa's Hidden Fortress. That's the one that came up recommended to me actually as a first thing. So that is. Should I add that to my list of things to watch? One of the ones again that I mentioned, it's got subtitles, and I've sorted out the subtitles on the version to watch, so that I can watch it with subtitles and you guys can see the subtitles. So I've made sure to sort that out already, and that is the Cinema Paradiso film I mentioned, one of my favorites. So that would be my. Is it a drama film, like a drama romance? That is one of my favorites. That I would say is my foreign drama romance film. For you guys that wanted to know my favorites. Another film which I've seen, because I've got the set, I bought it. It was very expensive when I bought it, but this was something to do with umbrellas. I'm really sorry, I've forgotten the name of it. But I fell in love with the film because someone, the same guy that I watch on YouTube, that does, who mentions Akira Kurosawa quite a lot in his videos. And it's not Jeff from Films at Home, because I watch Jeff from Films at Home a lot. This other guy, and I'm so sorry I've forgotten his name, but he's very relaxed when he does his 4K talks. And it was through him that I found this other film, and I highly recommend it to you guys. So Cinema Paradiso is one of my big recommendations if you've not seen it. It's a French film, the Umbrellas film. I'm trying to remember the name of it. The Umbrellas of Cherbourg. Oh, Cherbourg? Cherbourg? It's incredible. It's so colourful. Don't watch the original cut of it, as in the original version of it, because the colours are really drained. They're really desaturated. But watch if you can. It's so difficult to get hold of. I think that might be whichever studio put that out. That's the only DVD of theirs of like that studio that I've got. And it is incredible. The colours are so vivid and vibrant. It is amazing. If I can get hold of that version, because I've got it, if I can get hold of that version to show you guys, then we'll watch it together. But I currently don't have a 4K ripper, like a Blu-ray player ripper thing. So as much as I do find films and watch them, I then have to find alternate sources to be able to show you things sometimes, because although I have them on physical media, I don't have any way to bring them to you. So I do have DVDs of stuff as well as the 4Ks, but it's a little confusing. I'm just going through your messages now. I saw Lawrence of Arabia when it was re-released to theatres around 1990. Yeah, again, I've not seen that. I'm sure seeing that kind of thing. Isn't that a really long film, Lawrence of Arabia? But it looks incredible from what I've seen. From clips, scenes. Saw it on a huge screen, and it is an amazing film, one of the great classics. Yeah, which was the film that came out around that time? Was it Lawrence of Arabia? It's a ridiculously long film. So was it a 4-hour film or something? I might be wrong. It might not be that film. Let me know. Hidden Fortress influenced George Lucas when he was developing Star Wars. Really? Okay, so I'm going to add these to my list. Okay, give me 2 seconds, and then I'll continue the chat. I'm very sorry if there's new people in the chat. Hello. Honestly, right? I can change this to show you my screen so you can see the list I have. Give me a sec. I don't know if this is going to work or if this is going to just break the chat. Let's see if it works. I don't think it's going to work. Let me try and activate my display capture. Is it going to break? This is probably going to break on me. I don't think that's going to work. It says it's working. If I turn my camera off. Aha, there we go. So I've just turned the camera off for like 2 seconds. I'm hoping you can hear me still. Let me just check. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. This is my list of films. I can't see the chat at the moment, so apologies. But yeah, this is my massive list of requests that I've got so far. My list of things I want to see. I'm sure you guys can pause it if you want to see what these are. Some of the ones I want to see, for instance, and I have actually had these requested, is Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Seen that years and years and years ago. But Creep Show, saw number 1, didn't see number 2. It Follows, one of my favourites. The Shining, another massive favourite. Banshees of Inisherin and Don't Worry, Darling. Those were 2 of the films that I saw in the cinema. And Smile. I saw them all on the same day with a friend of mine. They were the films that I mentioned that I was going to check out on the channel as well. Kind of just to go through the films again. I was going to do it as like a new watch, but then I went to see them in the cinema. And I've got them all ready to watch. Smile, though, the version that I could find. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a proper version because for some reason it didn't allow me to get it off of the streaming site that I got it from. Because I don't always watch them from streaming sites, and I usually watch them from physical media copies, but Smile was one of the ones I had to try and find. But the version that I've got is a really weird version of it. Yeah, these are all the ones. These are the TV shows that I do want to watch with you. You probably can't even see this window, so apologies. And then, yeah, these are like the shoot and upload schedules I've got as well. But, so this is really outdated, by the way, if you do see this. See, some of these on here as well that I said I was going to watch, like Home Alone 2, Home Alone 3, The Santa Claus, It's a Wonderful Life. I was going to watch all of that for Christmas, and I never did. But, yeah, that's my thing. If I can get this to work as a camera again. It comes back. There you go. Now turn off the display capture so it's not very slow. Hello guys. I'm back. I'm sorry. Yeah, I will add that. Sorry, I need to add the Hidden Fortress. I need a pen. I'm going to write on my phone because otherwise I've got to go back into that and distract myself. So I've got a list on my phone as well of things to watch. So I've got the Hidden Fortress. You've probably already said it in the chat. No, don't watch it. Don't watch it. But oh, Dr. Zhivago, another one. So that's also by David Lean. You said Bin. So I'm calling you Bin. Hope you don't mind. Or should I call you Binroth? Bin sounds a bit. Should I call you Bin or Binro? Yeah, Dr. Zhivago, not seen it, so that, again, I will add that to the list. So, Dr. Zhivago. I'm writing down, like, lists, so things that people have mentioned to me, not specifically requests. So, if you think I should definitely watch it, please let me know. If not, I'm writing them down as a request anyway. But they're not on, like, a high priority thing. Because, honestly, the movies that I've got at the moment, if I watch them continuously, I would be finished the list of recommendations about March, probably. There's so many. Within, like, having to film it, edit it, and get it out to you guys, because it can be such a long process. But I do love it. I do love it doing it for you guys. I'm also writing down who's mentioned it. So Pleasant, when I name you out, because I do like to name. If you mention a film to me, I do like to name who has mentioned it to me. And if there's so many people that's mentioned it to me, then I just say either a list of the people that have, or quite a few of you guys. Because sometimes trying to gather the names, even trying to go through comments, can... so I'm just trying to remember the name. So I'm going to call you Bin. So I'm hoping you don't mind. If you've said it in the chat about another name, I will change that. um, Let me just go back through because I feel like there was something else that I missed off. Metropolis, that was it. Metropolis. And then I will add these because it's on another window, so it just saves me having to go back and forward. And unfortunately, I don't have a pad, like a pen and paper. If I did, I have like a billion of them at my house, but obviously because they're all in storage, I don't. Not on me. So I'm going to keep that to the side, and then I'll add to the list as we go if there's anybody else that said anything. Yeah, one of the reasons I wanted to do this live stream is just so you guys could just interact with me, because I feel like there's almost that barrier there, because I do the edits and I'll say something from about a week or two ago that you've mentioned, and then there's that gap there, and I can mention stuff on the community tab. But the community tab only goes so far, and not everybody sees the community tab's posts. Did you guys see the community tab? And do you guys watch the trivia at the end of the videos? That's one of the things I want to ask, because doing the trivia at the end of videos, the reason I say it is I don't mind specifically whilst I'm trying to decompress the film in my head to talk to you guys about what I think to the film afterwards. But then at the same time, when it comes to the editing process, trying to edit all of that, because say for instance the Andromeda strain, I think I've cut it down, but the Andromeda strains, it might not be the Andromeda strain. It might have been the Scrooged one that I've got. The trivia at the end of it was an hour worth of trivia, or an hour worth of me talking anyway. So I've had to condense that and cut that up. So that entire thing is like a whole video in itself, and I don't leave it as like a one take. I'll cut that up and cut out all of the unnecessary stuff that I mention, and just try and make it shorter in general. And yeah, so it's almost like 2 videos in one. It's a whole entire reaction, and I do admit I'm very sorry. When I did my Scrooged reaction, the beginning of that, I didn't even mention the film that I watched, because I always say, you know, hi and welcome to the video, blah blah blah. This is the film we're watching today. I do the usual spiel about, you know, please subscribe and check out the Patreon, etc. And then into the reaction. But I didn't do any of that. I just went, hi, blah blah blah, Merry Christmas, check out my Patreon, blah blah blah, and then straight on to watching. And I didn't say what it was. So I've put the poster on the screen, but I've not said anything else. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm going back through your chat because it just skipped to the bottom and there's so many messages. The Hidden Fortresses, George Lucas, Dr. Zhivago. My earliest memory of television is watching the moon landing. Wow, Douglas. That is incredible. What was it like watching the moon landing? Because there's so many, like, when I've noticed it as well on live streams, is when people say things to people, they almost just pass by what they've said and they never take it in. But that's incredible. Seeing the moon landing in person must have been such an amazing thing to see and to experience. I've seen like videos and documentaries on the moon landing and, you know, everything about the moon landing that you can possibly think of, just over the years. I don't remember specific things about it, but I've seen all these things about it and seen the reactions that people had. But what was it like physically being there? I've not spoken to anybody that's seen it, or, you know, I've not specifically asked. But now you said it, I can imagine it must have been a whole feast for the eyes as to... It was making history right in front of you. Just, it's that kind of thing that... one of the ones, for instance, was obviously when things happened in 2001 in New York. Those specific things that happened in 2001 in New York. I remember where I was at that time, and that made history. And although it's the other end of the spectrum, it's not a really happy day for history. It was a very sad day for history. Yeah, it's still something I will remember to this day. So I'm sure you remember watching the moon landing, because you have said your earliest memory was of watching the moon landing. Um, and what did you think? Did you think at the time that how is this real? Like, how are they doing this? How are they even broadcasting this to TV? Like, that's the thing. We think of, oh, okay, yeah, they were just broadcasting, from the moon. It's the moon. That's however many miles away it is. That's like a zillion miles away in the sky. To us, it's like this in the sky. And that's where they were, somewhere out there in the world, on the moon. That's what we forget. We forget all this kind of stuff. Just, yeah. And they got the broadcast, and there's a lot of people that do the whole. And I do love a good conspiracy theory myself. I'm not going to say that, oh, there's people out there that talk about the conspiracy theories. I am one of the people that not specifically talks about the conspiracy theories, but I love the conspiracy theories. I love listening to them. I love watching things about the conspiracy theories. Like, for instance, Elvis being in Home Alone and Elvis is still alive and all of this kind of stuff. And by the way, fun fact, as of yet, I've not seen the new Elvis film. I've got a VR that I've been watching films in, like as if I'm in the cinema. And that was one of the films I was going to watch. But if you guys want me to watch it here instead, I'd happily watch it here instead. My mum was a huge Elvis fan. I really love Elvis, and I've seen the first few films of his, but that's it. So I'd love to watch it, or watch the old Elvis films with you guys as well. I'm going off tangent again, sorry. The original Star Trek series you remember as well. Breakfast at Tiffany's such a fun film. It really is. Although there's one scene in it that I read of recently that have they cut it? Or have they... something. You know the scene with the... is he an English or an American man playing the Asian man or something? I've forgotten the name of the guy, as in the name of the character. But I think he's a Chinese man or something. And they've cut that scene. Like, I do understand why they do these things and why they censor these things. But at the same time, it was made at the time. And if it's a very... I suppose that can be considered highly offensive, actually. I was going to say, if it's a very offensive thing, I can understand it. But if it's just a light-hearted kind of character, what's the harm? Keep it there. It was made back in the day when that sort of thing was, even though it shouldn't have been acceptable, it was accepted and it was made. So keep it. That is one of the reasons I love physical media, is because not only for the quality, but it's also for keeping things the way they were. Like, one of my favourite things is Monty Python. Being British, I love Monty Python. And so that is one of my big things that I love. Yeah, I should get through this chat. I'm so sorry, I've kind of lost it. So Fawlty Towers is one of the things that has changed over the years. You know, the whole thing with the Germans and all that. And there being a specific episode that I'm pretty sure from memory was racist. That has also been cut or chopped down. I've got the original series on DVD, so I've still got that. Yeah. That was another thing I thought about bringing to the channel as well. Highly censored, obviously, but bringing the originals for people that haven't seen the unedited versions of them. But obviously not unedited. I would edit them, if that makes sense. I would still keep the bits in there, but I would just censor the things that were racist or whichever. Breakfast at Tiffany's is such a fun film. Audrey Hepburn lights up whatever screen she graces. She really does. She is one of my true loves of cinema. Love Audrey Hepburn. I'm trying to think of another great that I love. I'll get into that in a little bit. If I remember, I'll get into that. If not, let me know in the chat. I think rewatching the titles of reactions to movies you've seen before probably would help people feeling cheated. Yeah, see, this is what I do. So if I've seen the film before, you'll notice that the beginning, at the top of the video, instead of saying first time watching, because I know a lot of people say first time watching on their thing, even if they've seen the film before, and I don't agree with that. If you've seen the film, tell people. Don't say, this is my first time watching it, and then give a reaction that's just, oh my god, look at that. Because I want to be, I want to be real with you guys. I want to be real with you guys. I'm like a real proper hip man. No, I want to be truthful with you guys about the stuff that I've seen, the stuff that I've not seen. So instead of saying first time watching in my thumbnails and in my titles, I say first watching years. Although it's just occurred to me that there were times, there was a couple of films that I think I put first watching years in the thumbnail, and in the title, I haven't changed that. I'm going to change that. Once I've done this stream, I'm going to change that. I'm so sorry, I've just remembered. Because it's an immediate thing that just comes up on the, like when I make the videos and when they get posted, it just says first time watching because it's automatically there. And I forgot to change it. So that will be changed. You should consider watching the original Star Trek 1960 series. Okay, yeah, I've seen a couple of them. I've not seen the originals though. That's the thing, yeah, that they would be really good to see. It's a classic series. Ichido, sorry. It's a classic series and has a lot of really good episodes. Oh, what did you think to since as you love Star Trek, have you seen Black Mirror? And if so, what did you think to the Star Trek episode? Can't remember what it was called, but it was a Star Trek based one. Yeah, I really loved it. Having not seen the originals, really, I loved it anyway. And knowing the style they were going for, and I've seen 1 or 2 episodes of the originals, so can't say I've not seen it in general, but I've not seen the majority of it. So, started watching Trek in 1969 when it went to syndication, and it's been my favorite show ever since. Nice, nice. Yeah, Trek is one of the things. I don't know why I never got into it, but I just wasn't so much I never got into it. I just never watched it. So there's the question of which order you watch Star Wars in, release or narrative. So this is my... I have thought about this for months, even before I started this channel, as to what order, when I watch it, that I watch Star Wars in. I would like, and this is, let me know what you guys think, but I would like... can you still hear me okay here, by the way? I'm having to sit back a little bit. I would like to watch it in theatrical release order. The reason for that is because I want to experience it as other people have experienced it, as they were growing up, as they saw things in the cinema, and not watch it in the order that the storytellers decide that things are made in. I'd just rather watch it in the release order. So yeah, that's how I'd like to watch it. And as much as everybody's probably going to say to me, well, I know there's a lot of fans of Star Wars out there that go, and me not being one of them at the moment, I don't know any of this. There's a lot of fans that say, don't watch the newer versions because they've changed the CGI. And I know of the changes, and they look god-awful. Maybe there was a reason George Lucas did it, I don't know. But anyway, I'll move off that because I'm not a big person on the subject, so I can't say. So yeah, I'm gonna watch them in theatrical release order, and I'm gonna watch them as originally intended. So as the theatrical releases, as much as I can. I need to get hold of the copies. I found some online on the Internet Archive, I want to say. There's a few of them there. And I'm planning on buying them. If I can find them, I'm buying them. If I very much enjoy them. If not, just going to watch them on Disney for the rest of them. But yeah, the specific releases that I want to watch, I am going to watch those versions as the unedited ones. The beginning ones. If that makes sense. I feel like I'm going off tangent massively, sorry. Just discovered your channel last week. Have subbed. Pleasant. You are amazing. Thank you very much. I'm glad you... I'm hoping you enjoy the content, and thank you for subbing. I really appreciate all the support, and that we can just kind of like bind together as a... I want it to be a community. It's not just me rambling about film and watching stuff. I love film. I want to have these little conversations, and I would like to do a regular, not so regular as in it being like every week, but maybe a once a month live, maybe. Definitely, if the channel grows, I'm hoping it does. I mean, we've already got to 205 subscribers. If you're watching this in the future, then I don't know how many I've got. I might have none by that point. I don't know. But yeah, for bigger milestones, I'd like to do more. as in I would like to do more live streams, or at least like to do one for that specific time. I would like to get to, originally, that this was my plan. I was going to say about a month ago that I'd like to get to 200 subscribers by the end of the year. And I've hit that. So in some ways, that's why I'm doing the live stream today, to say thank you very much for subscribing. I really, beyond anything, I really appreciate it. All the support and all the love of everything that you guys give me. So thank you for commenting, for... sorry, just cough randomly. Deafening you guys. Yeah, for liking the videos that I do, and for giving me all the little information bits you do about films and TV shows that I watch. Also, I'd like to ask, now that there's a couple more people here, what did you think to the Cabinet of Curiosities videos that I did? Did you enjoy them? And what do you think to the Goosebumps videos that I do? Do you enjoy those too? Like the TV series ones. I know there's a lot of fans of Doctor Who that seem to have found me since me doing them. Do you enjoy them? I know quite a few people haven't seen it, or haven't seen Doctor Who, and so they're watching it with me. And there's quite a lot of people that have seen Doctor Who, and they see me reacting to it, and they mention things to me as if I should know them, and obviously I don't know them because I'm only just starting to watch them. So thank you for letting me know those things, and I'm just very sorry that I probably get a lot of things wrong with a lot of things I watch. But again, as I've seen plenty of other people say, I just say things that are in my brain. So, moving on with the chat. So, yeah, ever since COVID hit in 2020, it's been an unpredictable roller coaster ride. Seems there's always something to deal with. Tell me about it. Ever since, like, mid-year, since June, July kind of time, I have had so much on every week. Whether it be trying to sort stuff out for my own work, trying to sort stuff out for other things and getting money and that kind of thing. And, you know, having had loss of work and that sort of thing, and health, going to clinics for long COVID and that kind of thing. It's such a, such a headache. But that's why, in some ways, I started this channel, so that I can kind of alleviate some of the anxiety, some of the... And before I had this, before I had this condition, the things that are wrong or not quite right, I didn't have any anxiety. I didn't have bouts of feeling odd or just a bit off on a daily basis, or weekly basis. But now it seems to be there. But yeah, moving on from the health stuff. Sorry. Just moving on for... Where have we got to in this chat? Oh my god! There's so many people. Where have we got to? So many messages. So many messages. I did actually think, right, I would do this live stream for about 2 hours. Like, an hour and a half to 2 hours. I don't know how... It's been 108 minutes. I did not think it would last 2 hours. I did not think we would get to 2 hours, and I'd still want to be on the live stream. Like, I thought by now I would be... Oh my god, my hiccups are all over the place. I'm so sorry. I thought by now I'd be like half asleep, or just dying from not feeling 100%. But no, I'm fine. Pleasant said, I'll just take it one day at a time and try not to stress too much. YouTube helps, as there's a lot of interesting channels. Yes, there is. Honestly, 90% of my day, whilst I'm sat here, or whilst I'm working and doing other things, I watch YouTube in the background. There's a lot of channels. What are some of your guys' favourite channels that you watch? Whether it be film or whether it be other things. Who do you watch? Who do you like? Because I like to, I like finding people as well, and also showing my love to other content creators. I was trying to think of the name. Content creators that do things, because not only do I do YouTube, because I'm doing the radio stuff as well, I just enjoy finding new things, like finding artists or finding new content creators or people that do a lot of artsy stuff as well. I just really enjoy finding that kind of thing. Just moving on with the conversation. Sci-fi is a very wide-ranging genre. Yes, it really is. The original Alien, you've said, Douglas. I have not seen the original Alien. I know. That's another one I need to see. So, Alien, Predator, Alien versus Predator. Not seen any of them. But the reason I've not seen those is because when I first got into film and did, I was going to say film school, but when I did my courses on film, I never really liked them. As in, I saw them and they just weren't my thing. Like I just looked and went, I don't know, I don't know. But I'll probably like them if I see them. I love Sigourney Weaver. As you know, if you've seen my Ghostbusters reactions, I went Sigourney every time I saw her because I love Sigourney Weaver. She's brilliant, great actress. But I've not seen Alien. I was going to say Predator, but I've not seen Alien. I haven't seen Predator either. The original cinematography and production design for Alien is. Sorry, I'm trying to think. Maybe that was a follow-on from something else that you said. Also, the original Alien for cinema. Oh, as in you're saying it's brilliant. Okay, Alien then is another one I need to add to my list, and I'll say that you've recommended it, Douglas. So thank you very much. I'm trying to get a plan in place. I had a plan in place of things that I wanted to see before the end of the year, and just in general as like a schedule, as you would have seen with that list. There's a lot on there. And quite a bit of it's doubled from different areas that I've said, like either things that you've requested and I've requested myself. But yeah, I've tried to set a little plan in place of what things I do in which order, and I'm trying to do it so I watch a film, a TV show, or is there a film, a show, a show? Because doing the shows are a lot easier to edit because they take less time. So it's still content for you guys, and it's still things I love and that I've watched and I really enjoy them. But to help the schedule and to help it so that I'm not going 6 days without a video for you guys, and also helps the algorithm as well, because you've got to stick by the algorithm these days. It's a pain. You can't just make content and just do what you love. You can, but it doesn't always help you out. And it probably will then stop recommending my videos to you guys. So, yeah, I need to. How does anybody else find this kind of stuff? Like, do you find it annoying with the algorithm stuff? It's such a pain. So yeah, that's why I like doing the things in between, and just finding new things and reinvesting my time. No, something. Yeah, rediscovering. That's it. Rediscovering things that I love, for you guys. Let me just write this down, and then I'm gonna swig my coffee because my throat is getting very dry. Alien, and that was by Douglas. So thank you very much, Douglas. That is added to the list. Apologies, I don't know when I'm going to get to that, but I will try and get to that at some point. It will be got to at some point. Beta owners, but this is why I need a drink. One sec. As everybody says, stay hydrated. I try. I drink coffee into all hours, so yeah. What time is it where you guys are, by the way? It's 8:15 p.m. here. Hence why I wasn't sure about what time to do it, because obviously I know. And where do you guys live? Is it not specifically your address? I'm not like, where are you? If I find you, I will. I promise. I do voiceover, by the way, so if anybody knows anybody that wants a voiceover done, hit me up, as they say. I thought my light was in the middle of the shot then, sorry. Blade Runner is the best on a big screen. Okay, so that I think Blade Runner there might be. I do want to watch it with you guys though. So this is the thing. So when I get back to my house, I have like a. Oh, the light did actually go into the shot. I've just noticed it on my live stream. When I get back to the house, I have a huge TV, but at the moment I'm only watching it on my computer. And I obviously will watch stuff on my computer when I get back to the house, but I need to figure out the setup I'm gonna have. So maybe Blade Runner is one of those things that I watch on the bigger screen when I get back to the house for the TV, because I'm gonna have to set up the camera at the side and then possibly have the mic in front of me and like in a different way. I don't know how I'm gonna do it yet. I'm gonna figure it out. Or I watch it in VR, so it looks like I'm at the cinema watching it on a bigger screen, and then I just let you know what I think of the film, but then you don't see my reaction to it. And I still don't know how to set it up so that you can see my reaction with a VR headset, because you won't see my eyes. You'll just see my head with a big VR doing this, because I have the Quest 2. Brilliant headset, by the way. Honestly, I highly recommend it, and I watch the films in the Skybox player, or what it's called. I think it's called that. It's like a yellow app that you can get, and it's fantastic. It allows you to watch it in a multitude of environments, and it saves you having to get big screen, which I have got. And yeah, getting off on a tangent now. Sorry. Blade Runner is one of the best on the big screen. I was lucky enough to see it in the theater 3 times when it came out. Really, see Blade Runner the original, I saw the once at a friend's house, but Blade Runner 2049 I saw twice in the cinema, and then the third time, well, like 50th time on DVD, to be fair. So yeah, that I can understand seeing things in the cinema. What is, for you guys, right? This is a question to you. What is the film that you have most watched at the cinema? For me, this might put a lot of you guys off, but for me, and I don't know why, because I really enjoyed it, and I love Emilia Clarke. She is, beside, and this is where I'm going to forget her name, because for some reason I forget her name all the time. So besides Emilia Clarke, one of my crushes, because I lost my voice there, is a Doctor Who. You know who I'm going to say. A Doctor Who, and she plays the sister of Emilia Clarke in this film that I went to see 7 times in the cinema. And I'll tell you what it is. Me Before You. Yeah, as you'll notice when I see emotional things, I get very teary, and I completely died when I saw Me Before You. It is such an emotional film. It's not it's a rom-com, I think. It's more of a romance, sad comedy, but it's such a good film. It's Sam Claflin and Emilia Clarke. Beautiful, and honestly, Emilia Clarke is amazing. Acting skills, abilities from being, what was her character's name on Game of Thrones? Yeah, the character on Game of Thrones. Anyway, from being that to being like a comedy actress and doing things like Last Christmas, which was another film I was going to see for our Christmas films, but I didn't. Yeah, her acting range is incredible. But the girl that I was saying, and you've probably already said this in the chat, was... It does annoy me that I can never remember her name until I see it, and then I go, that's it. Jenna Coleman. She is my... Jenna Coleman, if you're watching... I called her Jenna Coleman. Jenna, if you're watching. Hello. Yeah, just... I'm just mesmerised. I'm in Canada, Pleasant says. Michael Bublé is from my province. Ah, really? Amazing. He's a very good singer. Enjoy his vocals. Yeah, he's an incredible guy. Like, whether it be... I saw him live in concert 2 Christmases ago, I want to say it was. It was before the pandemic. I think it was or it could have been the Christmas that we were allowed to do things between the first bit of the pandemic and the second bit. Sorry, my back's hurt. But yeah, I went to see him in concert, and oh, it was amazing. Honestly, one of the best live concerts I've ever been to. The atmosphere was so good. Christmas, it was at Christmas. It was around my birthday. It was for my birthday. I did, the full waistcoat, because I love a good waistcoat. Love a good pair of braces. Full waistcoat, braces, chinos. I think it was the chinos? I don't know. Checker trousers. A bit like Shuji Gatwa's trousers for the Doctor, but grey. Yeah, like William Hartnell's trousers. When I said that I have trousers like it, I do. It was like those, and then I had a leather jacket over the top. It was a bit of a combination. Was it jeans that I wore for that day? Yeah, I think it was jeans actually, and then those trousers I wore for a different event. By the way, seeing as I love vintage, and I want to tell you guys whilst I'm reading the chat at the same time, for my birthday, not this year gone, but a couple of birthdays ago, I went for drinks at this amazing place. If you're anywhere near London at all, Pleasant says, I'd say after the UK and US, Canada has produced the most great musical artists. Honestly, it does seem like it. So many people from Canada are so incredibly talented, and that's not to say that people from the US or any other country aren't talented, but it seems to be so many people from Canada that maybe it's just in mainstream media that there's a lot of people from Canada that are very talented and just very well known and prominent. I put Australia in 4th place. Yeah, see, Australia's another one of those things. Another one of those places that has just so many talented people. I need to tell you about a TV show I've seen called. I saw this ages ago, and I think they're either from Australia or New Zealand. And I'm very sorry, I don't know which one. I think it's Australia. It's called. This is where I'm going to forget the name. It's a comedy cop series. You guys have already probably said like a billion things in this chat. I'm so sorry. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it. Just give me a sec. Australian cop series. I need to move my headset. My headset's in the way. There we go. Is that it? There you go. Right. Australian cop series comedy. It's like something. No Activity. That's it. Watch No Activity. It was a big thing around 2015 to 2018. It's hilarious. It's a couple of cops sat in a car, and that's it for the entire show. They talk to the headquarters, and there's a couple of women there that are hilarious as well. But that's it. There was an American version. This is the thing. There was an American version and an Australian version. This is no offense to the Americans watching, but it was not good. The American one. I think was it American? Or was it? Yeah, it was American. The Australian one is just pure genius. The comedy in that is unlike anything I've seen. It's basically the Australian version of Monty Python of comedies. It's incredible. The guy who does it is just hilarious as well. And his name is, drum roll please. I don't know why I'm doing the Superman theme. Patrick Bramall plays Hendy. Absolutely phenomenal. And he then went on to do the same character in the US version, but I don't know, it just didn't hit the same. It felt weird, and the comedy was trying to be dry, because obviously the way they do the series is very dry comedy, and the Australian series had that dry comedy, but then the American series tried to do it, and it just failed. It didn't hit in the same way. Felt weird. So yeah, go and watch the Australian version. It's brilliant. Anyway, let's move on. Do add Metropolis. I have a list of fun silent movies you could react to if Metropolis goes well. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Please let me know that list. I will watch Metropolis. There's another one I haven't seen, The Artist, which is a silent one. So maybe at some point in the future I will watch that. That isn't on a recommended list. That is just one that I've thought of, just off the cuff. 2001 is a challenging film, but definitely worth seeing. Okay, I'll keep that in mind, because yeah, quite a few people have said to me that 2001 is an incredible film, and that it's so highly thought of in the film community, whether it be cinematography, whether it be lighting, the story of it. And am I right in thinking HAL 9000 is 2001: A Space Odyssey? Because I love the character HAL 9000, like the red eye, evil computer style thing. Because I remember ages ago, way back in college, I think it was, I don't remember what it was for, but I printed off a picture of HAL 9000 for part of this sketch that I was doing. And I knew of HAL 9000. I didn't know what it was from. I didn't, I hadn't seen the film or anything. How about Emily? Amelie? I know the film. I know of it. I've not seen it. Is it like a French film? Or it looks French anyway. It's the girl with the black hair, short hair. And above the E, it's got the little thing, the little symbol thing. Yeah, I think I haven't seen it. I would love to see it. So yes, I will add that to the list. Thank you very much. Bin. I want to say your name is Bin. And again, please let me know. Was it you that said that? Sorry. Yeah, how about Amelie? Possibly the best of Jean-Pierre Jeunet. Probably saying that wrong. Brilliant for script. Was he the man? This is what I was meant to say to you guys, because I recommended The Umbrellas of Cherbourg. Have you seen that? From 1964. That was the one I mentioned earlier. Incredible film. No, that's Jacques Demy? Jacques Demy? I don't know his name. I'm saying it like that, so apologies. I may have got it wrong. Incredible film. But yes, I will add the Jean-Pierre film. By the way, I have no intended end time for this live. If you guys have things to do, please let me know. Please feel free. You can leave whenever you feel free to. I don't mind. I just really wanted to connect with you guys, and so thank you very much for joining me. I was so nervous about this. Just want to say I was so nervous because I've never done a live before. I've done Twitch streaming before for my Twitch channel. Which I think I mentioned somewhere on the channel. If you want to follow me over there, like if you like gaming, I haven't done it honestly this year, but I do intend to go back to doing it at some point. Some of my favorite games. I'm only going to talk about this briefly because I know you guys are film buffs. You love film. You don't love gaming so much probably, but because it was so cinematic, two of my favorite games that I've played and completed, I've completed one of them multiple times, which was Detroit. Was it Detroit Last Human? Oh, Detroit something. First Human? Oh, yeah, Detroit anyway, whatever that game was. About robots. I completed that, I think, 3 times. Absolutely loved it. My friend, bless him, he completed the game and he said, what happened in your run through? Because obviously it's different each time with different things that you choose. And I completed it with one of the best playthroughs. I got one of the best, results you get, endings. And he said that all of his characters died, and I went, oh my god, I'm so sorry, mate. So I said to him that we need to sit down, me and him need to sit down at some point, and we'll play through it together, and we'll see what we get as like a dual run through together. We'll both think of what things to input to the game and see what we get. Because mine was the best of the best of the endings, apparently. Because I apparently chose the right options. I don't know. And I know it's an opinionated thing. But yeah, that was one of my favourite games. Played it multiple times. Another one was The Last of Us. I loved the first The Last of Us. It was an incredible game. One of the most life-changing games that I played. And it was I'm very story-based. Again, I'm only saying all this briefly, so I will go back to film in a sec. Last of Us 2 came out. So I played The Last of Us 1. I started playing it on the PS3 way back in the day. Got like a level into it and then stopped because I didn't enjoy it. Then I got the PS5 and played The Last of Us because I had this massive jump where I didn't play games. I don't really play games. But I had this massive jump and bought the PS5 because I wanted to see the graphics. And I cannot wait, by the way, for Hogwarts. That game looks incredible. I saw the new release today, but it looks amazing. And I will play that at some point. But The Last of Us 2, played it. The Last of Us 1, played it, enjoyed it, and completed the entire thing, and it was one of my favourites. Then The Last of Us 2 came out, and it was when The Last of Us 2 came out that I then played number 1 again because I hadn't played it. Yeah, then Last of Us 2 came out, played it, and oh my god. I'm not going to spoil anything because people may not have seen it or played it. But yeah, I was disappointed with the direction they went in. Not to say that it was terrible, because even though I cried my eyes out at the story and the decisions they made, I honestly, I loved like cinematography, the gameplay, the everything about it. I loved it, but it was the decision they made, the way they decided to do the story, didn't quite sit right with me, because I felt like they should have done it in a different way. They should have approached it in. I'm not going to say what happened, but they should have approached it in the way something happened in the story, a more heroic way may have been a better way to go about it, and it would have brought the fans in to accept it a little bit more. If it had been a little later in the game, they'd done it as well. That's just my thoughts. My whole playthrough of that is on my Twitch channel. If you want to check it out, it's Impossible Human is the name. And at the time when I made the name, it was a play on words to the Impossible Girl from Doctor Who. Was it Impossible Girl? Is that her name? Clara, because I love Clara. But yeah, Impossible Human. Then ironically, the first game I played was Detroit. Become Human. That was it. Detroit Become Human. And yeah, everyone seemed to think that I chose the name because of that, and that wasn't why. But yeah, again, two amazing games. But moving on from games, I'm just writing down Amelie. And apologies if that's not the way you say it. Hello to those new guys watching, by the way. I've noticed there's more people in the stream now. So hello. I'm getting through the chat, getting through it, because it's being added to, and I'm just trying to read it all at the same time. So apologies. Right, so I've got that written down now. Thank you very much. Kurosawa did Seven Samurai, Yojimbo ran Rashomon, Throne of Blood, and Ikuru. See, Ikuru is one of these ones that keeps coming up. I was watching a 4K talk about the other day. I think it was a 4K talk about. It was a talk about Ikuru anyway. And it's meant to be a really good film. What are those the films that you would recommend to me watching of Kurosawa? And if so, are they the films you'd recommend to me watching on this channel, or just in general? Because do you know what? I find it, since watching this channel, I find it so difficult. That's no offense to like people that do this kind of thing, but I find it so difficult now to watch things, because one of the reasons I started this channel was to watch more films, because I watch films in general, tend to, sometimes stick them on in the background, but if it's something I really, really want to watch, like one of the things, this is going to mind blow a lot of people, I haven't seen a lot of the classic James Bond. I think I've seen part of Casino Royale. That's it. So I need to watch the originals, and that was one of the things I thought about watching on this channel at first, which I probably will, because people seem to like the 60s as well on this channel. You guys seem to love the 60s. But there was a lot of people that were reacting to James Bond, the originals, and I went, I don't want to be the same as everybody else, so I'm going to leave it a little while before I do it. As much as I want to be out there and put my content out there with everybody else's so that people can see it, I don't want to just be following this herd of sheep, because everybody seems to want to watch Lethal Weapon or want to watch all of these, like Interstellar. Remember earlier I said there was a film that was very highly recommended on like Netflix and all this stuff. It was Interstellar. I've seen Interstellar, and it is one of my favorite films. But yeah, a lot of people seem to have been watching Interstellar non-stop. But yeah, let me move on. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. So Kurosawa, let me know if there's anything you'd like me to see. If those are specific ones that you think that I should watch on the channel, or just watch in general without being on the channel, let me know. If you want to see great Japanese animation, check out some of the films produced by Studio Ghibli. Yeah, that's or Studio Ghibli. I think it's Ghibli, but because a friend of mine used to be I say used to be. I'm friends with her, but not anymore. Sort of. I don't see her very often. She's a huge Studio Ghibli fan. Ghibli. Director Hayao Miyazaki as well has made some great films for them. Animation first rate and stories are great too. Yeah, again, like I think I'll have to, because I don't want to give I don't want to do a video for you guys and just not enjoy it. And this is the thing, I am more than happy to watch something for the very first time, and give you guys my first reaction to it. But I feel terrible if it's a film that everybody loves and I just go, didn't really enjoy it. I haven't had that yet. All of the films that you guys have recommended to me and I've watched or I've looked at, they look amazing, and I've loved them. But I don't know. I have this feeling that animation, or not so much animation, sorry, but anime may be one of those things that I'm going to go, not a fan. It's not so much that I don't like it. It's more that it doesn't interest me in the fact that I might feel a bit bored watching it. Don't get me wrong. I probably won't. I probably really love it. So I will give it a shot. Let me know your... because you said that there are some really great Japanese animation ones. Let me know one of your favourites that I should watch. I feel like there is one out there. If you say the name to me, I'll remember it because it was my friend's favourite. But yeah, let me know, and I will gladly check it out on the channel. Or at least check it out, see what I think. But the majority of the time, I will probably watch it on the channel, for the channel, and then see how things go. And then if I bring it out, then you'll know. If I don't bring it out, then it's because I've gone, oh, I feel bad because they loved the film, and yeah, I do try to get everything out that I see. So I don't tend to watch things and then not bring it out. Next Christmas, check out A Christmas Story. This was the film I have, right? I have not seen A Christmas Story because there was, is it called a Christmas Story or a Christmas Story or something? The newer one, the 2022 one. I saw a trailer to it and I had no idea what it was. I didn't even know there was an 80s film called A Christmas Story, if that's the film I'm thinking of. And it looks like it was made around the same time as Home Alone. And everybody seems to have loved it. And I'm going, how has this passed me by for so many years? I have never heard of this. And it apparently is such an iconic comedy film about Christmas. And I've yet not seen it. So that is one of the ones I was planning on watching this year. Both of those films. But time has just got away with me this Christmas. I started planning for Christmas end of November. It was the same thing with Halloween. When Halloween came about, that passed me by. There's so many things that I'd wanted to see in Halloween. But my plan is to watch far more Christmas films next year. Still wide range it, because I don't want to just bombard you with Christmas films in December. So I'm going to do a mixture. But I do want to watch more next year. I'm going to attempt to get a lot more watched. Especially over this year. It's a funny, cute, feel-good film. Parts of it were filmed in Cleveland in the early 80s. Yeah, see, I'd heard about the Christmas Story thing. It looks so wonderful, funny, quite sort of whimsical, if that makes sense. Just looks really... Oh, sorry. I knew at some point there would be a yawn, and it's not you guys. It's just energy. Yeah, no, that's one of the things I need to watch. That is on my list though, A Christmas Story, and so is the newer version of it. Studio Ghibli, that's what I need to write down. Studio Ghibli. You can call me PvP if you want. Pleasant, that's probably, or PvP, that's probably a better one. That's what folks I chat with. Folks? Why did I say folks like that? That's what folks I chat with on YouTube call me. I'm in a fair number of communities on here. Oh, brilliant. Amazing. Okay, PvP. I will try to remember that. Thank you very much. I'm just writing down the Studio Ghibli. I'll also write down as well And PvP, I shall put you down as PvP. Same with Douglas, I'll put you down for A Christmas Story. Yeah, so my very, very quick tangent. So I was very nervous as to do a live stream. And I started to mention this earlier, but I was very nervous to do a live stream because I didn't know if anybody would join me on here. I didn't know if anybody would enjoy watching me on here either, as on a live, or find it interesting or anything. I've never done a live, especially one where I talk. I've done radio live. I've done obviously Twitch streaming live. That's where I got the whole Twitch thing from earlier. But yeah, never done anything on here live. So it's really nice to talk to you and to do a live stream. You've said Christmas Story is great. One of my favorites. PvP. Honestly, do you think I should? So I have a plan that what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend Christmas with my dad. And my dad, he's disabled, bless him, and if I try to watch some Christmas films with him, he probably would not be interested. I tried to watch I think we watched Christmas Vacation in the end last year, and it's one of my favourites. And I tried to get him to watch Scrooged, wasn't interested. He doesn't like Bill Murray. He doesn't like Ghostbusters, this is the thing. I'm very confused where I got my love of a lot of things from, like a lot of films and that kind of thing from, because he doesn't like a lot of things that I like. For instance, the comedy that I like, he loves Monty Python. Is one of his first likes that he has. Yes, Monty Python. I just noticed Douglas's comment about Monty Python. Absolutely love it. One of my I have this thing. I'm going off on a tangent again. I'm so sorry. So with radio, I make all of my own jingles. And I have been likened. I don't know if anybody remembers. This is either going to show my age or show, and I don't specifically know the guy, but I know a radio presenter who used to be very friendly and used to have dinner and used to hang around with Kenny Everett quite a lot. And I had no idea who Kenny Everett was up until I started doing radio in, I think, 2018, 2019. And I've loved doing radio for years, but I just never got into it. And when I started doing it, and then slowly over the course of, because when I do radio, I suppose I speak like this quite a lot as well, but I also do weird voices as well, and there's some really weird stuff that I put into it, and I also do a character called Jeff, which Jeff speaks like this. He's from like up north, and he's got a really weird voice. But when he does, I know. I'm sorry. I do a lot of character stuff, and I do weird voices and that kind of thing. So it might come into the edits at some point. But when I started to do it, a lot of people said that I reminded them of a young Kenny Everett, and I had no idea who this guy was. And so listening to his shows, and at the time I was doing something called. So my radio name is Foxy. I know. The name I chose because I thought, I want something that stands out. Something that's like a character, something that's different. So I'm very wacky and I'm very Kenny Everett without meaning to be when I do the radio stuff. And again, I'll get back onto film in a sec. This is just a very, very quick tangent. Did it. If you guys like me to do tangents like this, I'll do them. But yeah, I started to do them and I did a little space serial thing called Super Foxy and Jeff. Turns out, Super Foxy and Jeff was an almost replica of the stylings of Captain Kremen, which was a space serial done by Kenny Everett. Everything, sound effects, style of jingles that I do. So now what I've done is I've incorporated Kenny Everett things, like him saying certain things, into my jingles. Because of people saying that I remind them of them. Although now if anybody finds me, they're probably going to think I'm just copying Kenny Everett, but I'm not. I love him. He's incredible. And yeah, I just thought it was funny that the guy that used to hang around with Kenny Everett, he was the one that said to me, "You remind me so much of a young Kenny Everett." And I went, "Thank you." I think. So I listened to his stuff and then went, oh my god. And it's weird. Some of the, especially on my earlier work, like a it's like a strange amalgamation of Kenny Everett mixed with I've forgotten his name. There's a guy that was on Radio 1 and Radio 2. It's like an amalgamation. This is what people have said to me of those two together. And yeah, no, so I really enjoy it. I don't remember where I was going with the radio tangent there, but yeah, there was a reason. And I've forgotten, so I'm so sorry. But that was it, Monty Python. I include Monty Python in my radio stuff. I've got a whole jingle, like the whole... He's not the most... Hang on. I've got water over there. I just forgot to bring it over. He's not the Messiah. I just love it. Because my voice is going, I can't really do it very well. But Monty Python is a huge inspiration. I miss seeing the moon landing on the TV. I do remember hearing the radio announcement. That they had landed, and the announcer saying something like, for the first time, men were not on the Earth. It's just incredible, though, with that. This is the one thing that gets me, is that everybody says the whole one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. But apparently, I don't know how true this was, but apparently, I don't remember if it's the lines that he says or if it's the way he says it, because there's a gap in what he says at some point. I think he goes, a giant leap for mankind, or something. But something about the way he says it, or the words that he says, apparently isn't true, or it was changed from what he was meant to say, or something. I remember reading it, or listening to it in a documentary at some point. So look that up for yourself. Don't take my word for it. But yeah, just an amazing time. When was that? Was it 1960? Yeah. Just history, man. History, man. It was mind-boggling to gaze up at the moon and realize that men were up there. Yeah, just this tiny little thing, millions of miles away, and there were people up there planting a flag on the moon. An unmoving flag, may I add. Conspiracy. I'm joking. Yes, Monty Python. I hate censorship. It cheats and insults contemporary audiences. This is it. This is it. Like, they've changed. What's the film with Tom Cruise? It's Splash or something? They changed that. Like, I'm not going to lie, you can't see the difference in the original to the new one. But on Disney, they've changed. I have a feeling it's something like the hair where it meets bum, basically. They've tried to add in hair, but it just honestly looks like she's just got hair on her bum. It looks awful. But it's only very, very minorly noticeable. If you look at it, it just looks the same as the original until you look really close, and then you look up close. I can't say look close because you're not looking specifically straight at that area constantly, but you might be. But yeah, but they've changed it, and it's just not very noticeable. Like, there was another one that they changed from a cartoon way back in the day. Was it The Rescuers or something? And there was like a naked lady in the window as they were flying past. I think it was The Rescuers. It might have been something similar. But yeah, they even had to remove that because Disney decided... not specifically Disney decided that had to be removed, because it did have to be removed. It wasn't meant to be there. I think it was a prank by the artists or something. But yeah, it's the fact that they have to retroactively go back and change these things. Like Stranger Things, going back and changing a couple of things in their TV show, which I understand some of the things, like the fact Will's birthday, if you watch Stranger Things, they had to go back and change Will's birthday because they idiotically left Will's birthday when they're in the ice rink on one of the later series. It's Will's birthday because they mentioned the date, and then no one ever mentions about Will saying happy birthday, Will, or anything like that. So they've had to go back and edit the date. Because they say the date. They had to redub it. Yeah. Cutting up art is something that I don't agree with. They should put a disclaimer at the start warning viewers. Yeah, they should. Either put a disclaimer or have something there. So whether it be, someone saying something or, I don't know, however they say it. Just put a disclaimer. As a long-time viewer of many things, I don't think a censor should tell them what to watch. PvP, yes, exactly. I think people should be able to watch what they want to watch, and yes, if there are certain eyes that come into it and they don't quite agree with it, I can understand why they censor stuff in some ways, but it should be a choice. It should either be, look, if you want to watch something that's censored, here's the censored one. If you want to watch the normal uncensored one, from back in the day, like for instance, I was going to watch Holiday Inn on the channel for Christmas, one of my Christmas films. Obviously, I'm not going to have time now, especially if I need to try and get Home Alone 2 and 3 and Scrooged out before Christmas Day. It's a very or before New Year. Yeah, that's one of the films that apparently there's a scene in it that's a racist scene. So I'm still gonna watch the film, but that scene, don't know how it's gonna come across. And it is because times have changed, I know. But again, if that was played on TV now, they would just cut the scene, and it would be really weird. Like for instance, cutting up Back to the Future with swear words, or any film with swear words on TV. Play it after a certain time. If it's got swear words in it, don't cut it up. I don't know. They should put a disclaimer at the start warning viewers as long-time viewers. Adults should be free to watch what they choose to, yes. Don't need someone protecting me from being offended. Exactly. I do enjoy thoughtful and fun content. I don't know if that's for me specifically. I think you mean the content I do. You enjoy thoughtful and fun content. An occasional live would be most welcome. Amazing! I am very far behind on this chat because this was ages ago I said this, sorry. 12:16 p.m. here. British Columbia, Canada. Oh, brilliant. So it's the right smack bang in the middle of the day. So I'm reaching you guys morning, early afternoon. But it's lovely and is it sunny, snowy? I don't know what it's like over there. Here it's pitch black. 9 o'clock at night, or 5 to 9 at night. Yeah. Space, you're from Ireland. You're from Ireland. Honestly, I don't know why, but I didn't expect you to be from Ireland. I thought you were American or something. That's amazing. You're from Ireland. I'm from my finger clicked. My family is from Dublin. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this on a stream before. When I say my family, I mean my dad's side of the family is from Dublin, Ireland. So I'm half Irish. Yeah. So my granddad is from Ireland. Yeah, and I just love it. That is one of the reasons originally I had wanted to watch it. I can still watch it with you guys. Probably one of the most effed up films of this year that's come out in the cinema that looks very innocent, very charmingly wonderful and Irish. The Banshees of Inisherin. I watched it. I loved it. When I say I loved it, some of the weird scenes in it, they blew my mind when it happened. I don't know. Have you seen it? Tell me if you've seen it. I'm not going to tell you what happens, but something happens with one of the characters, and he throws something at the house, and it happened, and I went, "What did he just throw?" And then I look at it, and I was gobsmacked because it seems so wonderfully comedy, just magically Irish up until this point, and then it just twists. And it takes this dark turn. The film just takes this really strange dark turn. It's still comedy, but odd at the same time. Kind of like when we watched Silent Night. Odd comedy that then became horrorishly dark. But Banshees of Inisherin doesn't quite become that horror. It's just a strangely whimsical film. But yeah, very enjoyable. But yeah, Ireland. Hello, Ireland. And it's very, very nice to meet someone from another person from England. Well, I say England. from the United Kingdom, like this area. 3:17 p.m. Cleveland, Ohio, US. Douglas says, honestly, there is such a different range of people that watch this channel. I knew there was some from the analytics. I knew there was some US people that were watching, but I didn't know there was Canadians watching. I think it says like 1% Canadians or something. And a majority of people are from America, but the UK, minuscule amount. It doesn't say Ireland, so I'm assuming UK is Ireland is part of in there with the UK. It should be, I'm assuming, but I don't know how it stands with that kind of thing. Yeah. So it's lovely to have like a wide range of people. I think Coraline is the most I've watched in the cinema. Really, I loved Coraline when that came out. Such a brilliant film. That's an animation film that I love. It's along the same kind of lines for me as Fantastic Mr. Fox. I say animation, it's stop motion animation. It's just pure class. It's weird, it's wonderful. That's the kind of eerie, psychological horror style that I like. It's not specifically a horror, but it's weird. And I love that. And also reminds me as well, the opening shots, or from what I remember, the opening shots remind me of Beetlejuice, especially the house on the hill. Reminds me, did it remind you of Beetlejuice when you watched it? Who else has seen Coraline? Brilliant. Stop motion is my favourite, Spaces said, or SC50. I think I saw it 4 times before I ran out of pocket money. Amazing. Yeah, I mean, I never saw that in the cinema, unfortunately. I saw... When did I see that? I saw that on... Oh, it was many years ago. And I watched it and I just fell in love with the style. Didn't quite understand a lot of it because at the time, I just liked it for what it was. And then over the years, I just sort of realised a lot of the... I want to say meta things about it. All the hidden meanings to do with things. And yeah, just love it so much more now. And that's one of the films, again, I wanted to watch on the channel. Have you seen the... I don't know if it was an officially released one, but there's a 3D version of Coraline. And you can watch it on VR in 3D, because I've got quite a few films in 3D, like Titanic in 3D, Jurassic Park in 3D, and Coraline being one of those as well. Blade Runner 2049, I want to say I have the 3D version of as well. I think that in my head, I can't remember if that's one of the ones or not, but yes, it is. It is, because I remember watching the opening scene with the flying car or the ship flying over the fields, and just in amazement of it. But yeah, brilliant. Bots in the chat, I know. I don't have any mods, unfortunately. I have a mod for my Twitch streaming. It's a friend of mine who does radio. But I don't have anybody on here, so I'm just going to do the reporting myself. Let's have a look if I can do this. If you guys can help, if you want to help, you feel free to. But I'm just reporting it. You gotta love a bot or two. It's like what was that film? Oliver Twist. You gotta love a bottle or two. Pick a pocket or two. Space Channel 50 says, Detroit Become Human. Yes. Yeah, it's honestly, it's brilliant. A lot of modern writing seems to think subverting expectation all the time is good. See, I think in some ways it is. Depends on what it is, because things like, for instance, the Banshees of Inisherin that I went to see, it broadcasts it. So actually, no, I would say the biggest one that does it isn't the Banshees, because the Banshees is a little bit weird and odd at times, and it takes you off the cuff as to what the film is actually about. But the one that mainly did it was the one I saw, Silent Night from 2021, the Keira Knightley one that I watched on the channel. And that threw me. That came straight out of left field, I think the saying is. And it was a comedy film. I was loving it, and as you can see in the reaction, absolutely loving it. And then the thing happened at the table. And if you've not seen it, because I know you said you hadn't seen it, but they start talking about they start talking about death and that kind of thing, and the way they say things, I went, huh? Because the trailer I'd seen in the cinema, and I mentioned this at the beginning of the video for that video. The trailer I saw in the cinema was like black clouds rolling across a field after this really lovely, spiel at the beginning of the trailer that looked like a rom-com. Keira Knightley, Matthew Good, and I thought, brilliant, looks great. Then the shot of the rolling clouds, and I remember the tune slightly dipped in. I don't know. It changed in some way, and I went, "This looks weird," and it made me want to watch it. And having seen it, I enjoyed it, but it's a film that it will take me a little while to watch again, and I'm not sure if I will watch it again, and if I do, when I watch it again. So, yeah, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to turn off because I do actually have the PS5 still on from watching YouTube, because at the moment that's one of the only ways that I can watch it, and it takes up bandwidth. So yeah, it takes up signal that could be used for on here. Let me go back into this. So, sorry guys. All of those Kurosawa films are great. Not sure how big of an audience they would get, as they are foreign films with subtitles. See, this is the thing. I watch a lot of things with subtitles. Like, I am so annoyed in some ways that I hadn't seen up until maybe September, slightly before September. I hadn't seen Breaking Bad. I hadn't seen Dark. I'd seen like, I think, half a series of Dark at the time. So I hadn't seen any of those two, and I hadn't seen another big TV show, and I can't remember what it's called. But I had seen Game of Thrones ages ago, and I had to binge that within a really short period of time, because everyone was banging on about Series 8, whichever the last series was, and was saying, "Oh, it's amazing, you've got to watch it, blah blah blah," and the finale was coming up soon. So I thought, okay, I need to binge this, and I binged everything, and I was watching it any second I got. When I got home from work, even on the way, a bit iffy, but it was listening to it. It wasn't really watching it. It was more listening to what was happening, and then if anything happened, it was like mainly the traffic lights, I'd see it. But yeah, managed to watch it, I think, within, how long was that? 3 weeks to a month, I think. I binged the entire Game of Thrones. Any second ago, and I was having housework done at the time. Like, I think that was back before the flood, back before all of that stuff happened, and some of the windows were being replaced. So I just sat in the kitchen, or stood in the kitchen, and just watched it, and really enjoyed it up until Series 8, and then was a bit weird. But yeah, I hadn't seen Breaking Bad up until a month or two ago, a couple of months ago, and then I watched it, and I've completed it, and I feel like I shouldn't have watched it, and I shouldn't have completed it, because I could have watched it here, because I created the channel after I completed it. Yeah. But it's so good. It's so good. And I wasn't entirely sure. I'd seen the first episode or two and was a bit, okay. Or I'd seen up to the one where he berates the bullies in the shop, and that was it. That was all I'd seen up to. And I applauded him for that, because my dad has cerebral palsy. So that really, hit home with me. But that was the last I saw of it. And then from there, yeah, I just hadn't seen any for ages. But then I did catch up with it a month or two ago. So yeah, those Kurosawa films, I do need to write down. What I might do though is just take a picture of the chat instead, and then I can write them down later, because that's going to take a little time to write down. And I want to try and catch up with the chat, because I am a little far away at the moment from the end of the chat. just a little bit, so it's probably just easier. Plus, it'll tell me who requested it too. Thank you, PvP. Oh, that was my face. Ooh. I had this close up of me on the phone. I did think I know a lot of people that seem to do a YouTube live and they do TikTok live or Instagram live at the same time, and I thought about doing it, but honestly, I've never done a live on there, so I don't know what it's like. So I thought I'd do the first one here. I may never do one on there, but I might try a little bit. What do you guys think? I don't even know if anybody follows me over there. As in you guys, any of you guys follow me on there? Because I find it strange when it comes to like film reactors and that we kind of have to make this content. Like for YouTube Shorts, the only reason I post YouTube Shorts is so that other people can see the content. Because Reels seems to be a thing, or Shorts seems to be a thing, and you have to constantly make it. Same with photography. When I do my photography, trying to make content for that is a pain. So a lot of the time I now post just a picture because I love posting the pictures. Not a fan of having to then make alternate content for it. I don't specifically mind making the shorts and the reels for this YouTube stuff I do, because it is like a miniature teaser for the main video. But still, it can be a bit iffy. What do you guys think to the shorts? I know you will see them around, so apologies, and I know they can get in the way. But now there's like a set section for those. It doesn't quite get in the way as much as it used to. And I'm not gonna lie, it annoyed me when, you know, I still think it does it now, but you know when you post a short, and what do you think to this? When people post shorts, it just goes on their main uploads page. You know, like when you go onto their channel, it just says uploads, and then it'll show their shorts in between their normal videos, and that annoys me. I don't like that it does that. So they've kind of changed it now, but they've got a shorts section. But if you go to the uploads page, I think it still shows the shorts in the middle of it. I personally think it shouldn't. I think it should show the normal videos, and then because you're posting a short, just show it in the shorts section. Don't show it in the normal section. But yeah, that's why I tend to, even though I do show my uploads, I do show my playlists as well. So if you want to just see my uploads, what I should probably do is make another playlist and put that at the top of uploads as a playlist, and just select the non-shorts and put them as a uploads playlist at the top and deselect uploads. Let me know what you think. I'm just spitballing, as they say. If you want to see great Japanese, first check out the films produced by. I've read that already. Sorry. Next Christmas, check out Christmas Story. Oh my god, I've gone really far back up again. Coraline. Yep. Subverting Expectations. All of the Kurosawa films. Yes. Because I will watch it. Oh my god! Where has it gone? There it is. Honestly, they don't make the chat easy, do they? On these things. Maybe try a few on here and see if there is viewer interest of the Kurosawa films. Yeah, I might try some of the more well-known ones at first. Maybe like one of the most recommended ones. If there is a specific recommended one that you would recommend me, then please let me know. I'll watch that one first. But I might just pick some of the bigger, well-known ones first. If people love them, then I might do them, because they are very niche. And there's quite a lot of films out there, like The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, that are very niche, or Cinema Paradiso, for instance, that are popular, well-known ones, if you love film, but not specifically for other things. And I feel like someone did mention earlier, apologies, I've forgotten who said it, but someone mentioned, what do you think this channel will be in terms of reactions, and the genre? of films. And I honestly originally thought just generalized reactions. So one of the films that I had wanted to see, and I did see it in the cinema, and then was Don't Worry, Darling. It's the ending to that I want to see your guys' reaction to. So I would like to watch that again on the channel. Um, and also it's a 50s inspired piece, and it's a beautiful film. Like to look at, it's a beautiful film, but the story to it is it's weird, especially when it gets into and when it reveals what it's actually about. It's an odd film, but done like plenty of times over, and I enjoy the way they've done it. But yeah, the ending can have a lot of people up in arms because of the way they've done it. Whereas if it was about, you know what I'm on about if you've seen it, but if it was slightly changed, I feel like it would be more widely accepted. Personally, I didn't even see that when I saw the films. When I saw the film, I did not even think of that. I just went, that was superbly done. My friend and I then read the review once we'd seen the film. We were eating some food. We read the reviews, and everyone was saying the same thing about, the big uproar about the film. And we went, really? I hadn't even noticed that. So personally, I think it's a brilliant film and very well written, but I can see, now knowing, I can see the issues that people saw with the film, the way that it portrays people in a certain light. You'll know it if you've seen it. If you haven't seen it, I'm not going to spoil anything. That's one thing I don't want to do on this channel, is no matter how much I talk about film, and yes, I'm doing reactions, and so you're going to see what happens, but I try not to spoil things. And one of the big things that I want to say to you is, I've not had to mention this yet, but there's a couple of filmmakers out there that are, and if you know of any filmmakers that are just starting out and they would like people to see their films and check them out, etc., I would love to watch upcoming filmmakers, because I am a budding filmmaker, photographer and videographer, cinematographer kind of thing myself. I would love to watch newer films that are going into, what are they called? Film festivals, because I have put films through to film festivals before, so I know the issues that it is. But to try and get them out there a little bit more, not that my channel is massive at the moment, but to try and get a little bit more seen, that is what I'm going to try and do in the future. And I have reached out to a few people. One of them has just been, you may have seen his video, his trailer around somewhere, or his a little snippet. You know Mandip Gill from Doctor Who? She stars in this psychological thriller / horror. I think it's a psychological paranormal film that's just coming out. For the life of me, I'm so sorry, I've forgotten what it's called. I think it's something like Live or Studio Live or something. Record. It's set around a studio and something paranormal happens. Anyway, I've reached out to the filmmaker, and I've spoken to him about potentially watching it as a thing on this channel to to watch it with you guys, see what you guys think. But I said what I'll do is I won't specifically show things that happen. I'll just show my reaction to it. I'll show the rest of it, but when it gets to anything that reveals too much, I won't show it. So that's why I think films like Don't Worry, Darling, and that kind of thing, when people do reactions to it, it's great, but then it stops people from seeing them in the cinema or where they want it to be shown. Like, for instance, the guy that I spoke to about this short film, I think it's a short film. It might be even be a feature film, but he said to me, I'm very, very much up for doing this, and for you reacting to it, watching it, and letting other people see it, and it's a bit more publicity for it. But at the moment, because we're in the middle of trying to get it through film festivals and doing all that kind of rigmarole, I won't release it to you yet, but I would love to talk about it in the future. And I've said, even for future films going forward that he wants to do, I'm happy to help out. And I'll mention it on the radio as well when I do my radio shows as well, to try and get a bit more publicity. So if you guys know of anybody like that, even if you know musicians, please reach out and let me know, and I would be more than happy to, mention things on the radio. Don't have a huge amount of listeners, but I have a fair amount of listeners, and they love media, whether it be music or film. So yeah, obviously this channel is only just growing at the moment, so on here it's going to take a little while, and I'm hoping that things will grow on here as well. I hope. I love you guys, and I really do want it to grow. So let me move on, because I know I've spoke a little bit too much about stuff. Studio Ghibli films. Don't know why I've gone all Birmingham, but Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, Castle in the Sky. Castle in the Sky is a funny one because I know the tune of Castle in the Sky and I've got it on my phone. Because I have a music box somewhere that an ex bought me at some point. It's a little personalised music box that plays Castle in the Sky. I don't remember for the love of me why she got me this. Because obviously I've not seen Castle in the Sky and I don't know it. And I didn't know what the tune was, but it's beautiful. The piece is absolutely gorgeous. And so yeah, I would love to see it and the kind of see the history behind it. And Totoro, that film that you mentioned, is, I think, the film that my friend I mentioned that loves Studio Ghibli, or Studio Ghibli. Let me know how to say it, please. I don't want to say it wrong. I think that's the one that she loved. Also, Porco Rosso. Is it Porco Rosso? Princess Mononoke. Mononoke? Oh my god, I'm going to get these so wrong. Spirited Away, I know of, but I don't know it. I don't think. That's one of the ones that is a highly recommended one, from what I remember. Elsewhere, not to this channel. But thank you very much for letting me know. I will make sure to check out those. I'm going to take a picture of that as well. Again, let me know if there's any films that you highly recommend, or if you've got any recommended ones of specific people. You can just let me know a little list of things that I should watch. Canada's version of Monty Python would be The Kids in the Hall. I've never heard of The Kids in the Hall. What's it about? Well, I'm assuming it's a comedy show, but... Sorry, I got sinus. Like a sinus ache, because I've been talking so much. I'm so sorry. This is now currently a longer stream than I do my because I do my radio shows for 2 hours, but I have music playing. It's currently longer than my radio shows, and I love it. Canada's version of Monty Python would be The Kids in the Hall. Ran from 1988 to 1995 on CBC TV. CBC TV. Is that the one I mentioned about in the Home Alone film? I don't think it will be. You know the one that had John Candy and the lady who played the mum? I've completely forgotten her name. I'm so sorry. Is that the one that had them playing way back in the day? Because I have a feeling if it is, that's the one I've seen clips of because of finding that information out for you in the trivia of Home Alone, because I play clips of it in there. Sketch comedy like Python, and very creative and often out there, surreal humor like the Pythons. Yeah, I think that is the one, because it has Catherine O'Hara. That's her. Obviously from Beetlejuice fame, and way before that. There's sketches where she's wandering around a room in high heels and strange outfits. That's part of that CBC show, where she plays it she almost plays Rachel from Friends, if that makes sense. But it's not Rachel from Friends how we know her. You know, when she plays her teenager version of her, which is a little bit, I want to say ditzy. That's not the right word, I know. But she plays that version of Rachel, basically. It's so funny. And a lot of the CBC stuff that I've seen look great. And it's slightly strange saying the word CBC, because over here in the UK we have something called CBBC, which is a children's station for programs. So slightly samey. Moon landings were July 1969. Thank you very much. And hello, Uncle, as well. Or should I say Martin? Which is very surreal saying Martin. Hello. So I'm so sorry that I haven't had a chance to catch up with your bits of the chat yet. And I'm hoping you're still here. Because I have noticed that one or two of you dropped off. So I'm very sorry if you dropped off now. But it's lovely to meet you. I've seen your comments. And I very much appreciate it. And I love having chats with you guys in the comments. Because you're all such wonderfully knowledgeable people. And just wonderful people in general. And you're from... I think that's you're saying you're from England, Martin. Whereabouts in England are you from? Like, obviously not specific streets, but areas of the UK. Where are you from? Or area of the UK, should I say? Not areas, because you're not from multiple places. You're from one place in the UK. I'm based at the moment around. This is a different area. One sec. Itchy nose. Sorry. Yeah, I'm based sort of around southern England, I would say. And I love it. But I would prefer to be southern England, like down near Cornwall, because I love Cornwall. Holiday Inn has a musical number that with several of the stars in blackface. Really? Yeah, that's the... I'd heard something about it being racist, that being a scene, but I didn't know what it was. I didn't know it was blackface. I can understand why broadcast channels might cut out that scene. Yes. I've not seen any broadcasts of the scene. And it's really weird because I remember seeing this. I have it on DVD. And when I say DVD, this is like a really old DVD. It was released years ago, and I found it in a charity shop a couple of years ago. It does say the name on the date on the back of it from the release, but I don't remember what it was. I didn't see it. But oddly, I do not remember seeing the blackface scene in there. So I don't. Maybe it was cut for the DVD release, or for the version that I saw on DVD, because I saw it and I loved the film, and I just don't remember that scene. Yeah, I don't know. I only know of the blackface scene, or knowing of it is because one of the guys that I have worked with previously, you might know him. He's a I say he's a big YouTuber. So two of the big YouTubers, this is a little bit of background from me. So I say that I've done photography. I've done a lot of Photoshop editing work for Fox. Ironically, because my radio name being Foxy. But no, I've done a lot of photo editing work for Fox for The Walking Dead. They're two of the massive billboards that were put up in America in Virginia. I think, was it Virginia? No, not Virginia. Somewhere in the US. It will come back to me. Yeah, I've done The Walking Dead posters for those billboards, for the 50-foot billboards. But two of the YouTubers, one of them I met through the guy that I did with that work, is Wheezy Waiter. You may not know Wheezy Waiter, I don't know, but he does film reviews, and his film review mentioned the whole blackface thing, and that's where I found out about it. And it threw me because I was like, I don't remember that at all in the watch of it. So, and then the other guy that I've worked with, who I also found out through that, is, can't believe I've forgotten his name, Thomas Sanders. I used to edit his vines, and I used to edit his compilations, his Vine compilations, and did some of the effects in his videos. Yeah, so some of the things I used to do on YouTube, and now I just do editing for. And I used to do a lot of behind-the-scenes VIP work for Summer in the City, for that kind of era of YouTube from a couple of years ago. And yeah, I know quite a lot of the people from behind the scenes. As in, I'm just sort of, friendly with quite a lot of the YouTubers there. They're just normal people. That was just back in the day. But yeah, that's how come I kind of met those people and sort of know their things that they do a lot more. But sorry, there was a bit of a tangent there. Oh, I've skipped a bit, but someone said you could try Colin, so I'll get onto that in a minute, Martin. It's almost like I'm talking to myself. Da, 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 da. I can understand why they cut it. The first time I saw it was on CBC when they showed it intact. They showed it intact on TV. Was this way before blackface was a bad? I say is always a bad thing, but was it before it was a thing to not show it on TV? How did they even show that on TV? How are they allowed to? I had the DVD and the film is complete with the scene. Really? See, blows my. I'm gonna have to watch it when I get the DVD back. I'm gonna have to watch it to figure it out, because the version I've got, I've managed to find from my archives, because I have like a digital archive of my own film collection. For the majority of them, the ones I've got in 4K, I have like the digital archive of the previous versions I had of them. And yeah, I need to check that version out. I don't personally find it offensive, as I view it as a product of its time. I'm exactly the same. I know it is offensive and it can be offensive, but personally, obviously I don't find it offensive because it doesn't offend me specifically. But yes, as you said, I can understand some folks would be offended. Still, it is a great fun film. It really is a fun film. It's one of my favorites. That one, I feel, from having seen both Holiday Inn and It's a Wonderful Life, because It's a Wonderful Life is one of my favorite films. But having seen Holiday Inn and White Christmas, personally, I do love White Christmas though. But yeah, having seen Holiday Inn, I just went, oh, this is what White Christmas was based on, because it is the same film pretty much, and I loved it. It was probably up there with one of my favorites I'd watched. And yeah, just that scene, I do not remember it. Maybe it was because, like you said, it didn't specifically affect me, and I wasn't really thinking of it, and I just saw it. I don't know. Bing Crosby and Fred Astaire are great in it. Yes, I love Bing Crosby, Fred Astaire, and Frank Sinatra. All of that kind of thing. Danny Kaye, love all of those. I'm a huge vintage film fan. But again, it's not really vintage. It's just great film in general. Some channels can be a bit unorganized. I like it when channel creators put the content in playlists. Okay, brilliant. That's fantastic. Because I have the playlist there, but I'd like to arrange it better, because it is already organized into things like, because I've got Ghostbusters 1 and 2. I'm going to do Ghostbusters Afterlife. Still not sure about 2016. And so that's all in a playlist. Doctor Who is in a playlist. It's all sort of segmented into things, but and there's other styles of playlists as well, like a horror playlist, for instance, because there has been quite a few things I've watched that are horror. But yes, I will try and put those into specific playlists for the uploads, probably, so at least you don't see all the short stuff that goes in there, because the random generic one they give you has all of those shorts in there, which is slightly annoying. Seven Samurai 1954 is one of his most famous. One of the most famous of who? Sorry. Oh, sorry. No, I've noticed you've said about Holiday Inn as well. You usually watch it on New Year's Eve, as it does take place through an entire year. That's a great idea, actually. Yeah, that was one of the things I had planned. So maybe if I have a chance to watch it, I'll put it out for New Year's. I don't think I will have time, because I have got so much to do between now and then, including work stuff and Christmas. And if I get a chance to, I will. Yeah, oh, sorry, shivers. It's freezing in the UK, by the way. That's why I have a jumper on, and that's why I have the heating on. Although the heating is just a radiator here. It's nothing massive. So I'm taking a picture of Seven Samurai, and then I shall check that out. It is long, at nearly 3.5 hours. Oh my good God. Still, it's never boring. Great characters, drama, and action. Okay, so this is the thing that there was a reactor I was watching the other day. She did a live, and I really, really understood what she was talking about because um, she was talking about editing times and anything longer than like a standard, like the older style feature film lengths, was like an hour and a half. That's fine. That's you can get that out fairly quickly, like a reasonable time. But then anything longer than that, it's a slog. It can get to you. The Andromeda Strain is one of those, and it's taken me, I want to say, 4 to 5 days so far, and I still got some to edit to it. Yeah, so I will. She said on her thing that it's probably a no for the channel for her thing when she was talking about this random film that was 3 hours. I think it was Gladiator or something. But you may know who I'm talking about. Let me know if you do. But yeah, no, I'm up for it. Just bear in mind that when I do watch it, if I do at some point, that it may take me a little longer to get that edit out. So if I say that I've watched it, don't expect it out like the next day or in a few days. It could be a couple of weeks before it's out. Not because it'll take me a couple of weeks, but because I'm probably going to need to try and edit that partially as well as other things. Like, for instance, the one I've already edited, which is already uploaded in private to go out soon, is one of the Goosebumps episodes. I was in the middle of editing the Andromeda Strain and realised I need to put something out. So I had to edit that. And that was also then why I edited the last Doctor Who episode. People had asked for it. But I thought, look, I need to do this to get something out for you guys instead of me just not uploading. So yeah, that's why I put that out. Give me 2 seconds. I will read the rest of your chat when I come back. I need to take a quick break. Quick loo break. So I'm just going to put you on a break screen, and then I shall be back in literally 30 seconds. Right? So 2 seconds. Oh, hi. I am back. I'm back from outer space. I just remembered I left the water. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just grabbing it. Hello. I'm here. Fresh water. Okay, so I've realised I'm slightly far behind. So I'm going to try not to ramble too much. Just calm. Just a little bit. Just so I can catch up on the chat. So, Seven Samurai, PvP has said, was the inspiration for the American Western The Magnificent Seven. This is another thing. I've not seen any Westerns. I would say I've not seen like the majority of Westerns, but I don't think I've seen any, apart from Back to the Future 3, which is iconic. It's beautiful. It's wonderfully done, but I wouldn't say that was a Western either. Can you guys hear me, by the way? I'm really hoping you can. And could you hear the music whilst it was in the break screen? Because obviously it being the first time, I don't even know. Do 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 do. Let me go back up. Do I talk too much, by the way? Yeah, the Magnificent Seven 1960 is one I do need to see, along with Good, the Bad, the Ugly, and so many other ones. The only other one that I've seen, again, I wouldn't really class it as a western because it's a modern film imposing as a western, is A Million Ways to Die in the West, the Seth MacFarlane film, because that was funny. Like, it wasn't hugely funny, but it had the comedy vibes there. And one scene in particular, if you've not seen it, I won't specifically say what the scene is, but that one scene in particular that's very Back to the Future is all I'm going to say. If you've seen it, you know the one I'm on about. It made me want to watch the film when I saw that happened. So that's why I watched the film. So the rest of the film was, it's okay. I like Family Guy and that kind of thing, but I wasn't huge. I enjoyed it, but I wasn't hugely impressed with it. Yeah, but that's just because, I wasn't going into it in the fact that I would like it. I was just going into it because I like Seth MacFarlane, and his singing ability as well is incredible. And yeah, I like Back to the Future. So you could try Colin 2008. That might interest you. Okay, so that's an Uncle Martin request. So I'm going to put that down as one to add in. I've put the film down as Uncle Martin. No, that was meant to be Colin from 2008. What is Colin about? I do not know. So that's going to be from. I'm just going to put you down as Martin, which will look strange to me. Who mentioned? So I'm so sorry because I think it's too far up in the chat now. But who mentioned to me about Douglas? It was you. I've just seen it in the chat. A Christmas Story. And yes, you said A Christmas Story is the sequel. That's the one that I need to see, A Christmas Story. But again, I've been asked many times to do Home Alone 2 and 3. So trying to get those two out to you guys is going to be a struggle. So I think Christmas Story might have to be next year, or if not, before January the 6th at a push. But I'm not holding out hope for it. Honestly, if I could do these and crank them out for you, I would. Someone mentioned it to me the other day about, funny enough, they actually said crank out. How fast are you going to crank out these Doctor Who watches? And I was like, well, I'm trying to get them out in between other uploads at the same time, and I love watching it, but it does take time to edit, and I am trying to do the films mainly, as well as do the TV shows in between. So I'm going to try and do it as much as I can, but it'll be probably every other video, or every 3 videos there'll be a Doctor Who episode out. PvP has said the Hidden Fortress would be a great starting point as it has the connection of influencing Star Wars. Okay, so the Hidden Fortress, from what I remember, I'm just going to put the Hidden Fortress because I've already written it down at the top. I just needed to put PvP because I didn't put PvP. Thank you guys for being absolutely amazing and very, very kind to me on my first live. Honestly, I didn't even know what to name the streams. I'll just put first live stream. Hi. Oh, hi. So it was the first one to influence Star Wars, so it might attract some more viewers, and it's much shorter at 139 minutes. Amazing. Thank you very much. Honestly, the shorter the films, the better, because it will mean that I can get them out quicker for you guys, and it does mean that it's easier to take in, if that makes sense. And it's not so much of a longer film, but I do enjoy long films. Don't get me wrong. I do love a good long film. I'm just thinking for trying to get it out to you guys. And I will still watch the longer films, and I will still get them out, but they won't be out as often because they do take so long to edit. I don't. This is the thing. I don't. Do you guys know? And this isn't me being, what's the word, sarcastic or anything. Do you know what's involved in putting the edits together? Have you seen what goes together? Honestly, I can't load it up because it'll probably crash my computer with OBS going and everything else. But if you see the timeline for these things, it is just a convoluted mess of shots and edit cut points and everything. The Fantastic Voyage one and the one from Andromeda Strain is like a mush, just a sea of shots in this tiny little span that there's so many cuts in it that you can't see the cuts from far away until you zoom right in and you can see them. And I think I'm only halfway through the film. I think, from what I can see, I'm about halfway through the film. And yeah, it's such, like, you have to cut down a 3-hour film to probably 40 minutes, 30 or 40 minutes. That one, the Andromeda Strain, is probably going to be about 40 minutes, I'd say. But yeah, then there's things like the Goosebumps edits that, I'm cutting down a half an hour program into anything from half an hour. And if you do that, then you've got to cut something. Or the one that I'm going to be putting out is probably like 12 minutes, not even that, 10 to 12 minutes, which I wanted it to be longer. And I thought about doing part 1 and part 2 together in one, but because they are separate episodes, there's that overlap there. So I thought something smaller to put out in between. You guys will enjoy it. I enjoy it because it's a bit of nostalgia. And yeah, it also then gives me time to have a little bit more time in between to get to the next video. So I'm trying not to just, I don't want to churn out just stuff to you. I want it to be something important, or something nice. Probably been mentioned, but the obvious Xmas movie, surely It's a Wonderful Life. The uncolorized. Thank you. I thought you were going to say the colorized version. I'm thinking in my head. I'm trying to think. I'm 99% sure I have the 4K of that, and because it is one of my favorite Christmas films. I love that film. I know everybody says they love it. It's a Wonderful Life, but I have actually cut it out. If you've seen, I think Douglas, you said you've seen my longer edit of Andromeda Strain, because it's on Patreon. If you guys want to check out my Patreon, it's patreon.com/movies with Marty. And you can see the uncut versions. And one of those, the Back to the Future one, I will get out onto as a movie commentary at some point. That's not going to be completely uncut, because I say so much in that reaction. But yeah, the one for Andromeda Strain, I mention in it that It's a Wonderful Life, or it could be Scrooge. One of them, anyway, I mention it. And I do the impression of James Stewart, or Jimmy Stewart, because I love Jimmy Stewart. What do you want, Mary? You want the moon? I'll throw a lasso around and pull it down. Just such an incredible guy. There's just so many iconic scenes in that film. Because obviously they imitate that even in Bruce Almighty from way back. When was that? 2008 or 2011 or something? I don't know. But it's one of my favorites. So many. When I first saw the film, I didn't know the full film. I thought the full film was Jimmy Stewart in the town buying something from, I think it was the shop or whatever, and I hadn't seen the first half an hour to an hour or whatever it was of the film before he. I'm sure all of you guys have seen it now, but before he tries to jump off the bridge, I hadn't seen any of that. I've literally seen it from after that, once he goes back in time or whatever it is to another version of time. So yeah, when I first saw that for in full many years ago now, but I fell in love with the film, and having had it on DVD for so many years and watching it constantly, I then got gifted the 4K of it, and that was my first. No, that was it. No, I got gifted, sorry, the Blu-ray copy of it. Absolutely adored it, and then from there I bought my own. I think it's the 4K anyway. I bought my own version of it, and I love it. If you've not seen It's a Wonderful Life, go and watch it. It's just a classic Christmas film, and it's got so many good meanings in it. Yeah, it's fantastic. Every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. It's just beautiful. Um, Probably been mentioned, but the obvious one is A Wonderful Life. Yes, that's the film that I do want to get though. I do want to get that. I did want to do it this year. Do you guys, right? So for those who've just joined the chat as well, I have Scrooged shot, and it's in edit at the moment. I was just starting the edit before I came on live stream. That's the one I need to get done, because I said ages ago I was going to do it, and it's a Christmas film, so I need to try and get it done before Christmas to get it out, or at least before the new year. So that's going to go out. Then I'll get Home Alone 2 and 3. But would you guys like to see It's Wonderful Life as well, which originally I planned on having it edited by now, and it was going to be put up on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. I don't know why I was doing that. Sorry, that looked really weird. But yeah, would you like to see that this year, or should I wait and do that next year maybe? Because obviously I don't want to put all my eggs into this year, all my eggs in one basket, as they say. Do all the films this year, and then next year it's going to be difficult. But I do have loads that I want to see next year as well, like Christmas Story, or whatever it was called. Christmas Story. Yeah. And then maybe Die Hard or something, because I know a lot of people class that as a Christmas film. I like the film, but I don't class it as a Christmas film. I just really like it. So I might even do that in the middle of the year sometime. Then there's Gremlins. Again, that was one I was going to watch at Halloween, but I never did. I had so many planned. But then it's just, like, I could do what, funnily enough, the person I was watching the other day, which, okay, I will say who it was. It was Chanel Riccio. I was watching Chanel, her latest live, and she was talking about, she's got films that she watched like a year ago. But she hadn't put any out. Now I'll watch a few, and then edit them and get them out. But recently, luckily I did it before I was ill. I watched 2 episodes of Goosebumps, 2 episodes of Doctor Who, 2 films, and I had all of that to edit. So at least, and I've still got those now to do. Thank the Lord I did it, because if I didn't do it, I wouldn't have any content. Because of how ill I was. And I still get that every now and then. But yeah, so I could do that, and I could just watch a ton of stuff and just have it there on a back burner and then get it out and do it. And I will try and do that and be more on it in the new year. But it's just everything's kind of hit me the last month or two. So yeah, it's been a bit difficult. Another one I wanted to watch as well was, it was like a paranormal film that was out in the 80s. It was set like a live TV thing broadcast here in the UK. And everyone thought it was real, but it was fake. I forgot what it was called. But that, I've wanted to see that this year, but didn't get a chance either. So I will at some point. So other than Christmas films, in 2023, I am planning on mixing up a bit. So things that you probably see at Halloween, I might watch in, June or something. Unless it's specific Halloween stuff, then I'll watch it at Halloween. But Picnic at Hanging Rock, 1975, Peter Weir. Douglas, thank you very much. I will write that down and have that in there. Andrea Martin was in another Canadian comedy series called SCTV. That may be what you're thinking of. Could be, could be. I just remember it was the first time, and that's what I mentioned in the Home Alone thing. It was the first time you saw John Candy doing the, the character he does in Home Alone. Um, if the film was in front of me now, I can picture the film, and he does the poker, the polka player, polka polka polka. Um, that character he first did on this show could have been STV or something, but for the life of me, I thought it was CTV or CVC, TB, TB, TV. Blah, 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 blah. Just writing down Picnic at Hanging Rock. Give me 2 seconds. Picnic at. Also, do you guys prefer these longer live streams, or would you mind like an hour live stream every now and then? Because I'm gonna try and get bring you one of these probably once a month, just to kind of catch up with you guys, have a chat, just have a nice ramble about films, and probably not speak as much as I have. It's just because this is my first one. It's nice being able to talk about film and my background with film and everything else at the same time. And to hear all of your wonderful recommendations and to hear about your guys' life as well. I meant to say, I think I said it at the beginning of the stream, but there wasn't really any people here at the time. I think Douglas saw me mention it, but what have you got planned for Christmas? Are you going to have a wonderful Christmas? And are you going to watch anything over Christmas specifically? Any films? What's your favourite Christmas film that you watch every year? All that stuff. I love hearing this kind of thing, because for me, personally, my favourite films are obviously Home Alone. It's all that. It's a Wonderful Life. I always watch It's a Wonderful Life on Christmas Day. Scrooged, I didn't see that for quite a few years now. I haven't seen that. Obviously, I've watched it this year for watching it with you guys, and that's to come out soon. Home Alone 3, I think I watched it maybe once, probably on VHS or early DVD days or whatever it was, way back in the day. I don't remember it too much. I think I watched it. I only say that because it wasn't Home Alone 1 or 2. It was one of the other Home Alones. I remember there being a church. Like the kid wakes up on Christmas Day and there's a church or something. He looks out the window, sees a church. I don't know. It's that film anyway. But someone said that there was Scarlett Johansson is in the film, and I don't remember Scarlett Johansson being in the film, so maybe it wasn't that. So yeah, can't remember where I was going with the tangent. It's okay, PvP, about the caps lock. Do not worry, it's absolutely fine. Martin says, no problem, Marty. I'm still here, located in Hertfordshire. Whee, Hertfordshire. Do love Hertfordshire. I've been through Hertfordshire, but not specifically been to any areas in Hertfordshire. Enjoying your reactions. You like Doctor Who very much. Thank you very much. I think I did see you. I think you commented on one of the. I'm trying to remember everybody that's commented. I remember the names, but I don't remember what they were from because there's so many people have commented on specific things. And trying to remember what they're from, it's difficult. But thank you for watching the content, for really enjoying it, and for expressing your feelings as well in the comments and telling me as well on here. Thank you very much. I really enjoy it. I appreciate it is what I meant, not really enjoy it. The Holiday Inn scene is a song called Abraham. Is that the scene where there's like a war zone or something? The Holiday Inn scene called Abraham. I have a feeling it might be. Because I remember that scene. Because it was completely different to the rest of the film from what I remembered anyway. So yeah, maybe it was that scene. But again, I don't remember much about the scene. I just remember it being the war. It was about how great a man he was for freeing the slaves. So the song is actually positive in its lyrics. So the scene has complexity. Okay, so there is a. There's a reason for it. See, this is the thing, and this is what I saw someone mention about um, Doctor Who. So apparently, and having not seen it yet, and only seeing a few of the episodes, I didn't know this, but apparently somewhere in Doctor Who there's blackface is being done. I don't know why. If it's, and this is my argument, is if it's for the story, as if there's a reason why they're doing it for the story, they shouldn't have done it. But maybe that should be left in there because that was part of the story. But that's not saying that it's a right thing to do. But I feel like if they were doing the blackface there because they were trying to replace black actors, they should change it. They should, if they're gonna. When I say they should change it, the reason I'm saying this is because it was part of an argument of refilming episodes that were lost, like the missing episodes. And I think they should possibly refilm them, but have black actors playing the blackface characters. But that's just my point of view. Yeah. Again, I don't know the context of that, so I'm going to leave it there, just in case. I don't think they intended it to be racist. Sorry, it seems to have just skipped again, which doesn't help. Don't think they intended to be racist, it just comes across that way to us now. In 1942, it was in the top 10 highest grossing films at the box office. I guess audiences then felt differently. Yeah, so this is the thing. I think it was for some reason accepted back then, because it was just the thing they used to do. Like they used to do the black and white minstrels and that kind of thing. Yeah, I think even things nowadays will probably get taken in different lights 20 to 30 years from now. So you may hear a couple of bits of noise in a few minutes because there is a restaurant nearby and they tend to kind of let everybody go around 10 p.m. And it's 10 p.m. now, or it's just becoming 10 p.m. now. So I've noticed I've hit this mic quite a few times, so apologies. Auntie Mame, 1958, Morton DaCosta. Is that a film I should watch? Auntie Mame from 1958. If it is, I'll make a note, Douglas. Thank you. A great film I'd recommend is Bad Day at Black Rock, 1955, stars Spencer Tracy. I've never heard of that. Thank you, PvP. I'm going to take a picture of these few because I've noticed there is another one underneath. Westerns, Unforgiven, 1992, Clint Eastwood. Again, another thing I haven't seen. Honestly, I call myself a film buff, but I've not seen 90% of what you guys tell me about, which I feel terrible about. But it's just one of them things. Like, life kind of just passes by, or years pass by and you don't really think about it. What's that? That's that quote from. What's the film? It's a John Hughes film. Ferris Bueller. About the life passing you by. It's like that. Just there's not enough time. It's only 81 minutes long and packs a great story with suspense, action, and great dialogue. Thank you very much. I have taken a picture of those, so once I finish the stream, which I may have to end shortly, to be fair. I don't know. I don't want to end it. I want to stick around with you guys and do a little bit longer, but we've been going for 3 hours now. But I do enjoy it. I do very much enjoy it. But again, we will be back probably in a month's time. Unless anything happens, if for some reason if the channel blows up and I get 1,000 subscribers, which would be absolutely incredible. If things do blow up a bit more, then I will be back sooner because I'd like to do another live stream when I hit 1K, and then obviously moving on from there at some point. So that could take years. I do not know. I think Ted works much better than A Million Ways to Die from Seth MacFarlane's films. Yes. The Ted I've seen, I find it hilarious. It's it's almost in the same veins as Family Guy. It's got the same kind of things. And I think they even reference Ted in Family Guy because they mentioned about that film with the bear when they mentioned the name Ted, which is hilarious because they are obviously by the same guy. But great westerns, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Once Upon a Time in the West, Unforgiven, The Wild Bunch, Fantastic. Thank you very much. I will note those down as well. One of the films I have seen was Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I want to say it was called. Which was brilliant. But the ending. This was a little while ago. I watched this. The ending just came out of nowhere. Did not expect it at all. The bit what happens in the front room was just okay, but very well done. And there's a cameo in there from an actor who supposedly plays like a serial killer or something. But you don't notice it unless you pay attention to who, like what his name is and that kind of thing. You don't know who he is unless you're paying very close attention. But Colin is an alternative zombie film. Oh, I think I know what it is. Is it the one with the guy from Angus Thongs and Perfect Snog? Let's have a look. You guys are going, hang on, what? What film? Yes, I know. Years ago, I watched Angus Thongs and Perfect Snogging. And at the time, thought it was brilliant. Brilliant. Because the band was fantastic. What were their names? What's the band's name? Oh, God. Gonna have to look that up. Angus Thongs. It's actually called something else elsewhere. So I think in the US, it's not called that. I think snogging is like a UK word or something. The guy's name was Aaron Taylor Johnson that I was talking about in the band. Sorry, I know this is a bit of a weird tangent talking about this film, but Stiff Dillons, that's what it was called. Stiff Dillons. What a weird name. But the other name for that film was so strange. That was it. Angus Thongs and Full Frontal Snogging. Why not Perfect Snogging? Why not keep it the same name? Why do they have to change that? There must have been a name. There must have been a reason for it. Maybe the book was named one thing, and then the film was named another thing. I don't know, but yes. I shall get back to the chat because I think you guys have mentioned other things. That Colin film. Sorry, that's what I was looking up. Yeah, I've not seen Colin. Not a clue. But there was another zombie film that I'm thinking of where like the zombie falls in love, and for some reason I thought the guy's name was Colin, who became a zombie. I don't think it was, but 2008. It's a Mark Price. Is it a Mark Price film? Or is his name Mark Price or? See, it's films like that, like 28 Days Later. I've not seen them. I've not even seen Dawn of the Dead. This is the thing I did. There's a YouTube channel out there which you'll know if you've seen my photography that I mentioned earlier, Mad Art Mart. You'll know if you search YouTube for that name, it comes up with this. It's like a black circle with a red M in it. My YouTube channel, which is Mad Art Mart as well, is I edit trailers, movie trailers. So they're not official movie trailers. They are fan-made movie trailers, but I've been told quite often that they are very realistic. Like I'm an editor, so I like editing those together, and I really would love to become a trailer editor. So that's probably the first alternative thing that I should have told you guys. Instead of talking about every other thing like radio and that, I should have said, I like editing trailers, and put that forward. So yeah, if you want to check it out, I'm going to leave the link actually in the chat for you guys, just so, because it is a weird one to find. That's a point. I don't even know if I'll be able to do it, because in order to get to it, normally I just type it in. I normally just go to my profile, but obviously I can't go to my profile because I'm signed in doing this live. So I'm just going to type in youtube.com/madartmart. And yes, it comes up. There we go. Right. So the latest one I did, in case you're wondering, is the TV show You. So I know it's another YouTube channel. I'm not really that active on it anymore, but I do love editing a good trailer or two, and I put it on there. And I also do like empty shopping mall. When I say that, hear me out. They're empty shopping mall songs, so it's a song echoed in like an empty shopping mall style video. If you like that sort of weird stuff, check the channel out. But the reason I was saying about that channel when I mentioned, what was the film? Yep, forgot the name of the film. We were just talking about it as well. What was the film? The zombie film. Anyway, that one. Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead. I think it was. The reason I mentioned that is because I recut the ending to that on there. And I also recut the ending to No Way Home as well. So in No Way Home, I found the ending was very bland in comparison to the rest of the film. It just didn't fit right with the rest of the other films that they'd done. So I recut the ending 3 times on there. So one edit uses, and I'm so sorry I've forgotten the name, but the original Tobey Maguire score. So I use that. I've forgotten the name of the guy who does it, but I use that on one edit. The main edit that everybody seems to love, and the one I did first, was the Nickelback cut. So I recut the ending to have some of the original score, so not the score from No Way Home, but the original score from this other guy, and then it fades artistically into, not just fades artistically into the Nickelback Hero song, and you got a bit of Tobey Maguire saying about with great power comes great responsibility in there as well. And yeah, put that together, and then it ends on the note when Spider-Man's face kind of, well, I say it ends. It gets to a certain point in the song when Spider-Man's face sort of hits the screen. Yeah, you might enjoy it if you like that kind of thing. And I've done some like Stranger Things trailers on there, loads of other trailers on there. But yes, that's another thing entirely. Just going through the chat. Apologies, I've kind of got a bit off tangent. In a similar line, if thought, there's Kevin Smith's Jay and Silent Bob. Do you know what? Jay and Silent Bob, I've not seen it. Again, Clerks. I've not seen Clerks, any of them. I think there's 3 of them now. The new one just came out, I want to say. Yeah, I've not seen the originals. The only one I have seen, which I have a feeling is something to do with the world of Jay and Silent Bob, is, or, you know, that kind of film. Cheech and Chong's something. And I watched that, you know, when we had the heat wave this summer just gone. I was drinking iced coffee here and watching Cheech and Chong's, whatever it was, and thought it was hilarious. It was the one where they have like their, because I think there's a couple of them. It was the one where they have their cousins or brothers or something, or it's a relative of his anyway, comes along. It's just him dressed up as some other character. And yeah, they run around town, causing havoc, playing instruments in a musical shop and all that kind of stuff. And it was funny because I love Wayne's World and that kind of thing. So it was something along the same kind of lines. But yeah, no, thank you very much for the Jay and Silent Bob and that. I will note those down as well, because those, I do love a good, funny, hilarious, stupid comedy, and I feel like those will be along the same kind of lines. So thank you, Ben. Again, I want to call you a different name. I might call you, I don't know. Just call you Binro. Maybe Binro instead. Wait until next year for a Christmas story. It's worth the wait. Okay, I will wait until Christmas next year. I'll probably watch it earlier and then get the edit out for Christmas itself. Because, yeah, it sounds fantastic. Maybe I'll do a Christmas story near the beginning of the month of December. Yeah, this is if I remember by next year. I might not even remember. But then I'll do a Christmas story, sort of maybe later into December itself. The house in the film is now a museum. Is it really? That's incredible. I love when they do that kind of thing. They take sets and things from films, memorabilia from films, and they use the sets themselves as like a museum or pieces of history itself. Like, for instance, the Back to the Future, some of the Back to the Future places that we use in the film, now they have tours that go around these kind of places. And I love that, the fact that they made a museum out of the house from it. Whereas things like Home Alone, the house was bought by apparently a family, or by buyers anyway, that I think they knew of Home Alone, but they didn't enjoy that people came along and were taking photos of the house and all this kind of stuff, which I can understand. But if you buy a house like the Home Alone McAllister house, you buy it for that reason. You wouldn't buy it as a home, would you? Like, or if you do buy it as a home, you got to understand that people would want to have this sort of thing, this relationship with the house. So yeah, I do. I love it in some ways, but yeah. Oh, the house in the film is now a museum. I'll send you some film merch for your reaction. Thank you. I honestly, I would appreciate it. I do not have a PO box, so that's the only thing. So maybe, because obviously this isn't my normal place, so I don't have a PO box. And I barely get mail here because it's a bit tricky. But I would happily, once I get over to my main place, which I'm meant to be going over. So then I'm trying to. This is the reason I'm trying to get a bit more forward with my edits as well, and trying to get them out in good time. Is I want to try and get a bit of a build up of like a scheduled list of things that I've watched, because at the end of January I am scheduled to be moving back in to my cottage. Hopefully it's meant to be January 31st, I want to say. That could change, and it probably will change, because I moved out of there in March last year, and there was meant to be 3 or 4 months out of there, and it's been a year. Well, as of March this coming year, it'll be a year anyway. Crazy. And I miss the place. Honestly, it's like a home to me. Well, it is my home. You will love it. Honestly, you guys, especially at Christmas, it's like something. It's like the Holiday Cottage. You know the film The Holiday. It's like that. It to me, I just love it. And it's the house I've always wanted to live in, kind of thing. So yes, going back there, I have no idea what they've done to it. They've completely ripped it out and restarted again from scratch, but they've kept everything trying to look rustic. They've even added beams in and stuff, which, it's going to be amazing if they have. So yes, I will, please, if you would like to, I'm not saying you have to. I'd never make you guys send me anything, but if you would like to send me stuff, please feel free. But obviously, once I get back into that place, then I will possibly set up a PO box, or I'll wait until nearer Christmas next year, and I'll set up a PO box then, if that's any easier. Because I don't think people are going to probably want to send me stuff in general. But it's very nice that you want to, so thank you very much. I feel bad about mentioning the Andromeda strain. I never thought about editing. Sorry. Oh, no, honestly, Martin, it's fine. Thank you very much. I didn't realize you were one of the guys, because there's been so many people. And actually, no, you are on the list, because I remember reading the name Martin in the edit. When I at the beginning of the film, I mentioned 3 or 4 names that I remembered had requested it, and Martin was one of the names that came up. I think, from what I remember, because I thought it was me at first. So, sorry, my back's a bit. Oh. Yeah, I feel like I'm doing the dance from the Rocky Horror Picture Show now. Let's do the time warp again. Oh, that's one of the films we need to watch next year. Maybe Halloween time. I love it. I only saw it a couple of years ago for the first time. I know, terrible person I am. But no. I was honestly, do not worry about the editing stuff. If you guys, when you guys request something to me, or from me, I honestly very much appreciate the request. Despite knowing in my head, like when I do the film, when I react to the film or I watch the film, the main bit of the film, I love it because I'm watching a film and I don't really think too much about it. I'm just giving my normal reaction. Obviously, I have to speak more than what I would do normally because when I normally watch a film, I wouldn't do anything. I would just watch the film. I don't react, if that makes sense. But there are certain times with a lot of films that I would normally react and go, "Oh my god!" In general. So obviously there is that slightly. When I say slightly heightened reaction, what I mean is that things that I would normally say in my head, I just say it out loud so you guys can hear it instead. So it's anything that comes to my brain. But yeah, so that kind of thing I don't mind. And the beginning bit I always find a struggle because I don't know how to start a video. It's an odd one. And I try and get it done quicker at the beginning, just so you guys can watch the reaction. And again, I don't know who watches the end. I don't know who watches any of the trivia at the end. I love doing the trivia and I love finding out more about the film because when I go into them, like for instance, the Andromeda Strain, I had no idea what it was about. I'd seen the poster and I knew the outfits that they wore, those sort of overalls, which hilariously I do have something similar in storage, but I just didn't have anything similar to do the reaction for it. So I just wore a shirt that I kind of thought worked and wore my glasses because it kind of reminded me of the way they look. But when I did it, I don't mind it. It's mainly just when it gets to the editing stage that I then go, oh my god. And I enjoy the editing, but when it's something like the Andromeda Strain, it got to like a quarter of the way through, I think it was, and I thought I must have been halfway through that point, and I expanded the timeline, and I went, "Oh my god, so much more of the film!" And in my head, I knew what the film, and I knew the film because obviously I'd seen it, but it was like a week or so before when I had watched it. But yeah, again, don't worry about the editing stuff for me. Yes, it does take a lot of effort and time to put into those, but the reason I say it, I don't know if anybody else mentions this, but a lot of people just go, "Oh, there's just a lot of work in it." Yes, it is a lot of work, but the reason I say it is for the pure fact that there are people that watch the videos and they say, well, they'll probably say, well, "Why haven't you put another video out yet?" That's why. Just because it takes a bit of time, it doesn't mean that I'm not putting videos out or I'm not being productive. I could have watched like 6 films by the time I've watched by the time I've edited one of the films, because it takes at least 2 days to do one edit at most. Like the Andromeda Strain, 6 to 7 days potentially. At the moment, it's only like 4 days, 5 days, I think it is. But I know it could be 6 days by the end of it. So, yeah. Just thank you for being patient with the when you request these things, because it could take time, especially with some of the some of the things that you guys have asked me to request to. There's no way I'm going to get a chance to request to watch them yet, and if I do, I'll probably watch them now and not edit them until far in the future. So I'd prefer to leave them on the list, get through the list as I'm going, and then get the videos out for you instead of just watching a ton of stuff and then slogging my way through all these videos for you. I'd just rather just take it in turns, make it a little bit easier on the process, and yeah, it's great. I love doing this for you guys. As Lisa, who knows a lot better than me, mentioned, oh, who's Lisa? Sorry, did I completely miss someone? Let me go back up. Just mainly because the chat has actually skipped, which is annoying. Is there not a pause? Is there a pause function? No, but there is a pop-out chat. Is that more helpful? I'm going to say no, probably. It's not working for me at all. Aha, there we go. Nah, pop-out chat doesn't really help. Right, let's go back. Sorry, guys. I'm lacking on the old thing. As Lisa, who knows who a lot. Oh, sorry, Ben. I've just realised. As Lisa, who knows a lot, who knows who a lot better than me, mentioned as in Doctor Who. That makes sense. Apologies. The big consideration for you with Doctor Who is how to handle the missing episodes, which starts in 12 episodes time. Oh my god. Okay. So this is something that someone asked me actually in must have been in a comment, and it could have been, maybe it was Lisa. Apologies, maybe I do know Lisa, I just don't know her by name, or is that just your other half? Um, but I did have a comment, and it could have been yourself. Apologies if it was. Someone mentioned about the missing episodes to me, and I personally, I would happily, for now, either not watch them, because I'm gonna have to skip them if they don't exist. Like if they are just missing episodes, I don't really want to watch them as the picture cuts that people have put together that are like fan made and that. As much as I love fan made edits, and by the way, I've even made because I own the material, I own the 4Ks and stuff. I've made my own Back to the Future fan edit, first one I've ever made, and I've been meaning to do it for years because I wondered what it would be like putting the entire Back to the Future trilogy together, including all of the deleted scenes, but back to back. So it wasn't just Back to the Future 1, Back to the Future 2, and Back to the Future 3. It was just the entire trilogy smushed together without any of the credits or opening titles from number 2 or 3, if that makes sense, and just all of them sort of put together as one big film. It's 5 hours and 40 long. It took me a month or so to edit it together, maybe slightly longer. But yes, I have watched that God knows how many times. And the reason I'm saying it, there was a reason I'm saying it, is oh god, I'm so sorry. There was a reason I was saying it. Oh, that was it. It's fan edits. Yeah, that's so I love fan edits. Because I even make them myself. I'm doing that currently with Life on Mars TV show because I loved Life on Mars. So I'm making that all into like a big film. Just as like a little project for myself. But obviously now taking on this channel, which I love doing, it does put that on the back burner. But yeah, Back to the Future and that. Absolutely loved putting that together. And seamlessly putting things as they should be in the film. And even like splitting the timeline up as well. So I've spliced together scenes from number 2, you know, like the dance scene. I've put both dance scenes from number 1 and number 2 together as one big thing. So you get to the dance scene in number 1, and you also see the timeline of number 2 spliced in together with it, and it works. It works really well, and you can kind of see it. And I've tried to not make it too confusing, but that's just something for myself that I've done. It's called the Flux Cut, and if you possibly search that, you may find it. That's all I'm gonna say. Is Back to the Future Flux Cut. You'd like to see it. But if you do see it, please own the media. Please own Back to the Future. That's all I'm gonna say. And that's the last time I'll mention anything like that. So yes, I think it's too far through the live now, but it should be fine. Don't know if I should be mentioning that kind of thing, but go and watch this stuff. Yes, so Doctor Who missing episodes. I don't know how to handle it because I want to skip them because they are missing, and technically there is no real way to watch them. But I know they did some animation stuff, I think, some of the Doctor Who episodes, and so I don't know about the animation. I don't know what it's going to look like. I've seen one of the, I think it's like a Patrick Troughton, might have been Patrick Troughton anyway. It was like a clip that was released of the animation of that one, and I wasn't a massive fan of the animation. because it kind of throws you from the normal look of Doctor Who, and it looks like you're watching a comic. So I don't know. I'm not saying I don't. I'm not saying I dislike it, but I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts? Shall I continue? Obviously, I'm going to continue anyway, but shall I continue and watch those episodes as whatever version? And if so, what version should I watch? Should I watch together? Should I watch together? Should I? It's getting to that time. I'm getting tired. Should I watch the picture versions of them? Because I think there are some picture versions. I haven't looked into it. Or should I watch the animation ones? How do I approach it? What would you guys do? A Pocket Full of Miracles by Frank Capra. Didn't even know that was a thing. Frank Capra is the one that did It's a Wonderful Life, and again, because I love that, maybe I'll like A Pocket Full of Miracles. Was that a follow-on or just a separate film or a pocket? I'm looking it up. It's 1961. Did that have the Frank Sinatra song in it? Okay. Is that a? Would you recommend that film? If so, maybe I'll put that into the list. Maybe I should watch that. Because I do like Frank Capra's stuff since I like It's a Wonderful Life. So again, that is another one I'm going to take a picture of. Bleep. PvP says John Kennedy was one of the stars of SCTV, 135 episodes. Yes, so that'll be it then. SCTV, not CBC. Did we say? Yes, so SCTV. Thank you. Second City Television. That's what it was called. Nice. Christmas I was spend with my mother and brother. Oh, Douglas, that's amazing. Well, I hope you have an amazing Christmas. Like, have an absolutely wonderful time. Or have an It's a Wonderful Life time. You're gonna watch A Christmas Story, and then you'll. Oh, sorry, it's starting on. You're gonna watch A Christmas Story, and then you'll watch It's a Wonderful Life and National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Yes. Two of those in there I absolutely love. It's a Wonderful Life and National Lampoon's. Obviously, I've not seen Christmas Story, but I will at some point. I'll watch it for the first time with you guys. I might have to end shortly just because my throat, yeah, I'm not tired. That's the thing. I know I yawned, but I'm not tired. Maybe it's just because I've not had enough water. That's good though. Spending time with family is the best thing. Like for me, this year, for instance, I was meant to spend my birthday with my dad. I was meant to be down there for like 3 days, 4 days, come back, do some more work, which I've been doing, and then go back to my dad's. But because of the car breaking down, I wasn't able to get there for my birthday. And I thought that it's either just sacrifice my birthday. I did like a 2-hour video call with my dad instead, and then spend that money that I would, rent a car for my birthday, but rent it for Christmas time and just go down to my dad's and just do that instead. I thought that was the best way to do it. So I love family, like being, especially this time of year, spend time with that family or friends or loved ones, and just make sure that you have a great time. If you are alone as well, just make sure you have a great time anyway, even if it is alone. Just from a new Doctor Who point of view, might be worth watching the first episode of the Restart Rose for comparison with An Unearthly Child, episode 1. Hopefully you're ready. How do you mean? Do you mean? Oh, sorry. That's for Douglas. Apologies. I thought that was to me. Yes. Yeah. No. 100%. Yeah. Do that. I was going to say I've seen Rose. I remember it. Apologies. Bought into it, although that'll probably happen with story 2, episode 5. Okay, so you bought into the, or was that for someone else? I think you're talking about the Crusades, which is half missing. Oh, okay. I've read that speculation is unlikely to get animated due to the blackface. Ah, that'll be the one then. It's how they did it in 1964, but and then it's got cut off. Oh, but the minstrels show. Oh God, why is this chat? The chat. The chat is what I was trying to say. It keeps skipping. Minstrel show ran all the way through to the late 70s. The other controversy is why a Chinese actor in blackface in a story from 1977. Really? They had a Chinese character in blackface. That's confusing. And why? Doesn't make any sense. I've never seen any Doctor Who at all, ever. I've always been intimidated, not knowing where to or how to start. Yeah, see, this is the thing for me. I like New Who, and to this day, please someone explain to me why New Who is NU. Why did they say that? Because I just say New Who as in NEW. It doesn't matter to me. But for some reason it's NU. I don't know if there was a reason. Maybe there is. But Classic Who was one that I hadn't delved into. And I thought, do I delve into it? Do I not? And I felt worried because there's so many fans out there that talk about Classic Who and all this back catalogue of history to do with the Doctor that they're so involved with. And yet for me, having not seen any of it, I don't know any of this stuff. I don't know any of the back history of it, and I don't want to get in the middle of arguments whilst I'm doing, because obviously I'm doing the reactions now, and for me to say something and then someone goes, oh, but you didn't know about this, and you know, quite rightly that I don't know it, but because I don't know it, it doesn't matter. You're just watching it for the fun of it. And that's why I watch Doctor Who, is just because I really love it, and I think it's a great series. They put so much effort and work into it that it should be appreciated. So yes, you guys absolutely watch it, and if it's the first time you've watched it, then I hope you really enjoy it. I'm loving it so far. So, oh, thank you very much, Douglas. You just subscribed to Mad Up Mark. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I feel like I've chatted so much today. I keep saying I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Douglas, I noted that's why I wondered if the Rose episode from 2005, just that episode, might provide an accessible intro for where Marty's starting right back at the beginning. Yeah, see, for me, for you guys, I know that's a question, that's a thing for Douglas, so, but for me, they are very different in some ways, but to give you that in point for Doctor Who, so you don't go all the way back and start straight from scratch and go, oh, there is a lot of, iffy moments with the original classics that I've seen, that if I watched that for the first time, I'm not entirely sure if I'd have been as much of a huge fan as I am anyway. And that's not to say it's terrible, because it's not. It's really good, but it's just the way they did things back then. And if you're watching it now, I don't know if it would hit the same way. So, yes, I would say watch Rose, just so you get the idea of Doctor Who. It's more modern as well. Or at least watch half of it. Probably just watch all of it, though. It makes more sense. And maybe another one, if you're going to watch another episode of the new ones. I don't know. No, maybe just watch Rose and then go straight into the classics. I kind of wish, because I saw Power of the Doctor and then I went straight into the classics. Literally, what was it, the next week or something? Or a couple of weeks later or something. Yeah, I would say that's the best one. The other one that I was going to say about Christopher Eccleston's episodes would have been, I've forgotten the name of the episode, but you know the one where they see the world, they see the Earth from space. It's got Zoe Wanamaker in it as the. Oh, sorry, I think I just messed up the microphone. But yeah, it's got Zoe Wanamaker in it as the skin thing. Do you know the one I'm on about? Maybe that one. Maybe that's another one to watch. But yeah, enjoy the journey is what I would absolutely love. Oh my god! I clicked on the chat, right, thinking I was at the end of the chat, and then it went beep and just skipped. I'm almost there. Now 39 seasons, series, and 59 years of canon. Oh my god, they're really. I've got so much to catch up with, but the one thing I do love about Doctor Who, especially the classic series mainly, is that the episodes were so short. I've thought about, because they are so short, I was like, do I put all of the classics of like the one overarching storyline, so like an unearthly child? Do I put all those into one video? But then I thought, well, they are separate episodes, so they are split up specifically, and someone might not want to watch the other ones, and they might want to watch episode 3, but not episode 1 or 2 because they've seen those two. So, yeah, that's why I've done them separately. Same with other TV shows as well. That's why I do them separately, in case someone wants to just dip in and out. In case they want to say, that Cave of Skulls reaction, I want to see that. So they can watch that specific one, not all of them together. Yeah. Douglas, yes, time warp. Let's do the time warp. Oh, no, that. I got told by a friend of mine that I should. So we were meant to go to one of the live shows of Rocky Horror Picture Show back in November last year, I think it was. We never went in the end, or it was meant to be this year maybe, but we never went in the end. Which was, yeah, it was this year, this November. But I was highly upset that we didn't go, because they wanted me to go as Tim Curry's character in the Stockings and Suspenders. That's not the bit I was highly disappointed at, because I love Rocky Horror, and I was all for going as one of the characters. I was going to go as, the nerdy guy. I've forgotten his name. Because I like braces and that kind of thing. So I was just going to wear that with a pair of nerdy glasses. But no, they want him to go as Tim Curry's character, and I went, I don't know. I need the confidence to do that, and I've got confidence, but not enough confidence that I walk around in stockings and suspenders in front of people in just underwear. Yeah. So maybe not that one. But yeah. I was referring to someone in the comments on the Case of Skulls. Oh, okay. That's cool. That's cool. No problem. Binro's fine. You'll understand it if you make it to season 17. Oh, okay. So is Binro is it a thing to do with the names? Well, at least both of us have kind of got that in common, with my Twitch name being Impossible Human, play on the Impossible Girl thing, and then yours is like a little play on the words of Doctor Who from something that I'm going to find out, presumably. And then we have a lot of bots in here. Okay, PvP, bye-bye. I noticed that you said, thank you for the stream. Thank you very much for being here. You may have already gone, so thank you. Okay, Martin, thank you so much for watching. I may be here. I was going to say I may be here by myself, but I think, Martin, you are with me still. I think. Let me know if you are. But thank you, PvP. Oh, Douglas, you went. So, Douglas, you're here. So, it says for me, strangely, this before anyone joined, it said that there were 2 people watching. So, me being one of them, and there being one other person. And it now says the same thing. It now says 2 people watching. And yes, Brad, that's the person. Thank you. My chat is really far behind me actually speaking. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for everybody that has watched, though, for how long you've watched, because it has been a 4-hour live stream, a lot longer than I expected it to be, so thank you. The next one will probably be shorter. I can't believe I've spoken for 4 hours. But thank you for staying to the end. If you have stuck to the end, you are incredible. And Douglas, you're incredible because you were one of the first people that came into the chat, and you're still here. So thank you. What are you doing for the rest of the day? Have you got anything planned? Because obviously for you guys, it's like the middle of the day now. For me, it's 10:40 at night. After this, I'm gonna have a break, and then I may, because I do have editing work I need to do, so I'm either gonna get on with that, get on one of the edits, or watch Home Alone 2. Considering I'm already, because obviously normally, random fluff. Normally I'm in pajamas and that kind of thing, so I'm not entirely dressed up for a live stream, but or for doing things, for being on camera. But I might watch Home Alone 2. I don't know yet. Okay, so Martin says, I skipped the missing episodes, but that's just me. You do you, mate. Thank you. Yeah, that's my plan. Like, I might... sorry, I'm not sure who is here and who isn't. But yes, I may skip them. And then I can go back, I can go back and watch them. But I feel like if I skip them, probably the best way to do it. Because instead of watching the bad versions of them, skip them, and then just continue with the story, the other side. And then you can go back and watch them. Because I am going to watch the entirety of William Hartnell. Because someone mentioned this to me. Watch the entirety of William Hartnell, and then watch An Adventure in Space and Time. Which I didn't realise the other day. This is one thing I wanted to say to you guys. I didn't realise... thank you very much, Douglas. You've said a great 4 hours. Honestly, I've appreciated every second, and I'm really sorry if I've spoken far too much. I didn't expect me to be here for this long, honestly. And I honestly don't know as well if my... Oh, it is. I was going to say, I don't know if my live stream is actually in 1080p, but apparently it is. Because it looks really bad quality to me. Yeah, I was going to say, I also feel like when I do my reactions, the quality of my camera really diminishes, and it annoys the hell out of me. Like because I record it in 4K, so you think it would be great quality, but because I record through the OBS software, some reason something happens somewhere on the lines, and it doesn't like me. It crushes the heck out of it, and it looks very grainy if it's zoomed in. So I don't know. Sorry, I'm catching up. Pocket Full of Miracles is not as good as Wonderful Life, but it is a great film. Okay, I will watch Pocket Full of Miracles at some point. I've taken a note of it for it. Douglas, sorry, I know I've only just seen this. Peace out. Thank you very much for watching. You're going to go and eat some frozen Stouffer's lasagna. Honestly, that sounds incredible. I actually, even though it's 10:40, I actually need to get some dinner. So I'm going to go and make some dinner now. I had some lunch, or, something before I started. But I'm now starving, so I'm going to go and grab some food myself. So thank you very much for watching. Take care, stay safe, and yes, enjoy all of the things, like having seen Rocky Horror in NYC. Incredible. Take care, enjoy your lasagna, and everybody else watching, probably after this time when you're watching it back, if you get to this point, thank you. And yeah, I was going to say something. What was I going to say? Yeah, if you like this video, I'm terrible at outros. If you like this video, please click like on the video and subscribe to the channel for more things like this. This is the first time that, Douglas, you've seen me doing this live. Yeah. Check out my Patreon if you like. And thank you, Douglas, for being a Patreon member. I appreciate it so much. And so now, on my future videos, I'm going to do the whole... I am trying to do the Patreon members mentions. So I will put your name on there. Thank you so much. Take care. Stay safe. And I'll see you next time. Or you'll see me. Either way. But yeah. Bye-bye. Bye. Honestly, you're incredible. Thank you.